Good afternoon, everybody. I am so happy to be here today. I missed you all. It's great to be live. And today we're going to do something different. We're going to be watching Robert Tellis take the stand and do a live behavioral body language analysis to the best of our ability. So please share your comments down below. Let me know what you think so far of this trial if you have been following. If not, if this is the first time you're actually tuning into this trial, I will let you know a little bit of what I know. Robert Tellis is a former official of Las Vegas clerk, I think the Clerk County, and he's no longer in that position. He has been accused of murdering Mr. Gurman, who was a 60-year-old investigative reporter, and he was murdered and found outside of his home. Mr. Gurman was found outside of his own home, and there was evidence found in Robert Tellis's home, such as the same outfit, hat, shoes, and other things maybe that were consistent with the video also recorded of a suspect leaving Mr. Gurman's home the day, a few days before his body was found. So Robert Teller's defense is that he is being framed and that the evidence was planted in his home. Okay, we're going to hear from him today, probably do some cross examination. We started his testimony yesterday on the direct, and the judge has allowed him to do a narrative testimony, which I can tell you right now I disagree with. If I was his attorney, I would never let that happen because he does not have a very coherent manner of speaking. He's not very engaging. I felt lost a lot of times when he was going from subject to subject. I did initially found him a little bit arrogant at times. I do believe he is a lawyer, so at sometimes he's arguing with the court instead of allowing his lawyer to argue with the court. Or when the judge is speaking and telling him, "Listen, you cannot speak right now. There was an objection sustained," he will continue to speak. So, without further ado, let me just share what the court is doing right now so that we don't miss anything. Let me know if you guys can hear okay. If there's any issues with the sound, please just let me know in the comment section below. I do believe the court is, so the court is live, but I don't have any activity yet. So again, Robert Tellis is pleading not guilty, right? And the majority of his testimony yesterday was to really go over all the investigation that he was doing into this real estate company and all the things that they were doing in reference to estates and how they were flipping homes and sometimes as suspicious as selling a home in the morning and then having somebody else buy that home for $50,000 more that same day. And he's going to give a lot of examples like that. I do feel like I was lost a little bit because this is about the murder of Mr. Gurman, right? We want to know right away what I expect from somebody on the stand in a situation like that is to show a tremendous amount of reverence for the victim, a 60-year-old investigative reporter. Sorry, I can't pronounce everything correctly. And someone who was an elderly man, right, who was murdered in a brutal manner. So even though, yes, you are on trial for murder, I believe that your first impression should be of extreme reverence for the victim, for the horror of the crime. And the first things that he said, that Robert Tellis said yesterday, was kind of like, this thing has been a train wreck, a train wreck. This thing, meaning this thing, this inconvenient thing, has been a train wreck in my life, right? Which already gives me some red flags. I want to be really careful. I do not have a opinion. I don't know this guy. I've never really followed this story, so I'm not trying to like make judgment on him. And a lot of things that I can say probably are not true. I don't know. I'm just observing. But from what I've observed yesterday, I didn't feel like, in a psychological way, the way that we watch people and the way that what we want to hear from them, especially if I was a jury sitting there, the first things this guy say is, I'm extremely nervous, which is totally normal. That's fine. But then he said, this thing has been a train wreck, honestly, frankly. But there were a lot of things said, and I'm going to address a lot of the things that were said. So, another phrase that he used, I wrote it down. I want to see if I find it here. That was strange to me. He said, what, the way that he was murdered, he said, the way that Mr. Gurman was murdered speaks to something, to someone, to someone who had some type of training. His throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. And I don't have any military training. So it's very far fetched because who would go there, right? It's like, tell us that you didn't do it. Tell us this is horrible. Tell us this is a tragedy. And there's no way you could have ever murdered somebody. But to go into the way that someone might have done it, they had to have special training. I don't have special training, therefore I didn't kill him. Is strange. It's like a red flag to me. So I do have a little video that I can play here from the beginning of his testimony while we wait for the judge. And I will keep the court live here in case they come back, just to see what were the first impressions that we got from him. Go ahead, play. Okay, let me see. I don't know why the sound is not playing. Let me know if you guys can hear. Hold on. Let me try again. Let me try something. Yeah, all this sound should be. Let me know if you can hear the video. I cannot hear the video on my end.
This thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. This thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. And again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now I want to say...
So he wants to thank the jury for being here. Okay, the jury doesn't have an option, right? The jury is there because they're obligated to be there. So I want to thank you all for being here for me. Kind of, okay, so you guys couldn't hear the beginning. I'm going to go ahead and play from the beginning again. And I'm still waiting for the judge, so you guys can check here. I have it live. This is the beginning.
And excuse me, I'm obviously a little nervous. This is...
Thank you, Thomas.
It's a day I've been waiting for nearly 2 years. This thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. This thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. This thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly.
Okay, so body language-wise, right, when he refers to this as this thing, he's kind of like exposing his bottom teeth, which is a form of anger. It's a subconscious form of display of anger that we display sometimes. A lot of the body language and micro expressions that our face produces when we speak a certain, when we're in a position of that he's in, like being questioned or in front of a bunch of people, he's displaying a little bit of anger about the situation. So no judgment there. He's being accused of murder. I mean, he has every right to be angry, especially if he's being falsely accused. But again, like I said before, he calls the first sentences is to call this thing. And I think it minimizes the tragedy for the victim, for the victim's family. It minimizes it. I understand he's in a position to defend himself and it's his trial, but it doesn't sit well with me. I don't know about you, but it doesn't sit well with me that is the beginning. So I'm still waiting for the judge. Okay, guys, just so you know. And then let's go. And
again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay, lip compression, right? I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. He goes into the lip compression. When our lips disappear like this right after a sentence, right? So that's very important to look at the context. What is going on in the whole situation? What are the words being said? What is the subject being discussed? So I didn't kill Mr. Governor, meaning this is a sign of stress. Something is wrong. Our lips close, and this is something our bodies do subconsciously. So he's not like trying to do it or not do it. Then he looks down. Looking down could be a several amount of things. Stress, I'm sorry, not stress, guilt, shame, depression, feeling down. Like our body language sometimes is as simple as that. Like when we cover our mouth, we don't want to say things. When we look down, it's because we're feeling down. So we have to watch everything that's going on, his behavior, everything that's being said, and combine that with his body language. So, hi, Cat Mandy, good to see you. He definitely comes across as a narcissist, especially when he argues with the judge. So, yeah, I was trying to get a feel for him yesterday when I was watching it. And just like, okay, watching the beginning, I was like, whatever, whatever. But when he started to argue back with the judge, especially during objections, or when the judge was speaking and he would like continue talking, I was losing my mind. I was like, shut up, sir, shut up, because nobody likes that. It's disrespectful. So the way it sits badly with you is sat badly with me as well. So imagine how the jury feels when an attorney says, objection, your honor. The witness is supposed to stop speaking, right? He's an attorney, he should know that. But even after they correct him over and over again, he just be like, he'll be like, oh, so I'll move on, I'll just say this and this and that. Like, disrespectful. So could be a narcissist. I think we still have a lot to watch. Okay, here's the judge. I'm gonna change it. Hold on, and we'll come back.
We can put the witness back on the stand, and you can bring the panel in.
Let me know if the volume is okay, guys, please. Yeah, he kept talking even when there was an objection, and even when it was sustained, and he argued. Even after it was sustained, he's like, I just want to give my opinion. Okay, sir, we understand, but your opinion is not relevant. Thanks, Thomas. All right, I'll be quiet while he's speaking, and then when we have breaks, I'll try to be quiet. We'll come back. Let's see if he's more humble today. I'm drinking Celsius, not champagne, guys. Passion fruit, so good. Ooh, the eyebrows furrow, the whole forehead goes into worry. But he makes a lot of faces, so really it's hard to pinpoint. He reminds me of Sarah Boone, Thomas says. Well, we're working on her videos, and she definitely has narcissism written all over her face. What I get from him from yesterday is arrogance. So I don't have a lot of data yet, but I do really want to hear your comments, because it's fascinating to me to hear other people, because I don't have a base right now. I haven't been listening to anybody. So to hear what you guys think so far of him and how he's coming off as is very interesting to me. And I don't agree with the narrative aspect of this testimony as well. I think the attorney asking questions would be more interesting. It would help with the flow, and he would probably come off a little bit more likable.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Please be seated.
As opposed to him taking control.
Mr. Hill?
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, Robert. Last name is Tejas, Telles.
Okay. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, with respect to Compass Realty's motives, I wanted to show you a probate court video. I'd like to see if we could share that.
This is going to be D3, and it's not been admitted yet.
You objected on this matter. How you see your objection?
His faces are just so much, right? And yesterday he was literally rolling his eyes and shaking his head like to the jury, which I don't think looks good for him. I think that we can, respect the process, have a little bit of humility. Don't be like, you guys will all work for me. I would like to show that, please. Go ahead and show it. Objection. Ah. And then he looks at his attorney. He looks at the jury. He looks at his attorney. Like, dude, just be like, okay, objection, wait a second and see what they're gonna say. But his face is like, and the amount of forehead information that we get from him, he can't really help that. And I'm not trying to like judge that, but when he rolls his eyes and shakes his head, it's arrogance. It shows like I'm above this whole process, and they shouldn't be like arguing. We should just be able to introduce whatever I want. And he wasn't expecting this objection because he did mention that he was going to introduce this video yesterday. So anyways, we start his testimony today already by, let's look at this people over here. Don't look at me. Let's look at the real estate company who I'm blaming, right? Blaming is part of a lot of sections. It's part of narcissism, it's part of psychopathy. I am not saying he's any of that. I don't have data on him yet, but it's always a red flag. That I can say for sure. It's always a red flag when people don't take accountability or don't focus on their actions and just be like, let me blame you. Let's take a look over here instead of focusing on me and what I'm being accused of. So this sidebar is taking a little long.
Withdrawn any objection, so it will be admitted. It will go back with the jury panel. However, I'm not going to allow you to publish.
Ooh, look at his
So,
reaction.
When you go back, if you could please review that video.
So here he goes giving orders
I would
to the
like
jury.
to ask if, getting back to where we were yesterday, if I could ask that we please
Hi, Kowalski.
share, well, first of all, I'd like to share a picture of the killer's pants. I believe it is a zoomed in version of one of the videos that was provided by the state.
We have it.
Yeah, we have the photo, we have the thumb drive, it's better representation. I have it on my computer as well, it's clear if we do it this way.
Okay,
As
and
been
it's
previously
exhibit.
admitted. Yes.
It states exhibit, just for the record.
Unless it- you said we do this.
What are they trying to show?
It's the-
The
it's
state
the PIO,
exhibit
it's
that's
the
been
lowest.
admitted, I just,
It's
before
the
you
lowest.
publish.
Yes,
What's the number of flash drive?
It's a-
Oh, the flash drive?
correct, we addressed it yesterday.
Okay,
It's also the flash drive that they gave us money as well.
that's going to be court's indulgence, state's exhibit 338.
It was 338.
338, and you may publish.
Notice his lips nervously moving as he looks back from the judge to the attorney to the judge. It's a desperate need to control every single part of the situation. And maybe that's why he's doing a narrative style, because he insisted that way. He doesn't have to be involved in this conversation right now. He already said what he wants to introduce. They're just simply discussing the exhibit number.
You guys are here every day, so
What were we trying to do?
just that picture. I
I'm
don't
just zooming in.
even know where that's coming from.
Well, my guess would be.
He's trying to control himself, right? Clasping his hands together. This is driving him nuts because he's not having control over this small moment.
If I may, I'd like to publish Exhibit A.
Definitely lacking a lot of charisma, in my opinion. Just his whole demeanor. Let's give him a chance, right? We're not saying he's guilty of murder. It's just that when you testify, it's such a difficult decision. Thomas T. He has no remorse and most likely feels justified in his actions. Could be, could be. Have you been watching this, Thomas? I've been watching like glimpses of the trial.
Thank you, sir.
So
Publishing to the
gathering
jury
data
Exhibit A.
here.
I'd like to show the two, my jeans versus the killer's pants. I personally don't believe that they look the same.
Objection, his opinion is irrelevant.
Look at
Sustained.
this. See?
And I'd like to also note that
It's like,
none of my other pants, jeans, or anything else were taken from my home on the day of the search.
but they found the hat and
as a
the
result
orange
of
outfit and
My
the shoes.
jeans being taken from me that day, I was put into that paper suit. And you've seen the photo of the paper suit. And the room was cold. I asked, well, when I attempted to have the temperature adjusted, there was no help there. So I spent the day freezing in that paper suit.
The victim?
I'm sorry. There were
Feel sorry for me.
various things that were done to, I believe, break me. I had conveyed concern all along about my family. And as time went on during this detention, interrogation, whatever, I learned of various things that I believe would tend to, and did for me, break someone's spirit.
Tongue
Being
jog.
I was informed that all of my vehicles were being taken away. And this was early in this interrogation. This was before they supposedly found a shoe, that they were taking all my vehicles away, which made no sense to me. When I wanted to reach out to talk to my family, to try to put them at ease, I was denied the ability to make any phone calls. When I wanted to speak to an attorney, I was denied the ability to talk to an attorney. It was my understanding that my rights were being suspended because I was not arrested, I was just being detained. Later, again, detectives took advantage, I believe, of my feelings for my family by referring to them over and over. And, it was a lot. Then all that finished. They were finished with the search, and they took me back home. And the media was outside my house, and somebody followed me all the way to my garage door with a microphone in hand. If I'd say chasing me per se, but she was walking pretty briskly all the way up to my house. And well, that was, I'm sure, her right. I wasn't. It didn't help the situation. To know that the media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house. Then I walked into the house, and what I saw hit me even harder. I'd like to share the photos of my house after Metro finished their search. I think it's A2 to maybe S2.
That's great. A2 through I2. Yes, A2 through I2.
So when we have these moments, I will read some of your comments here. Kowalski, is this guy representing himself? No, he does have an attorney, but I believe he's an attorney as well. So he sure seems to want to control everything. Why is he asking if he can publish anything? It's it's not your job, Holmes. Well, they decided, the defense team and him, they decided to ask the judge for permission to do a narrative style testimony. So he's pretty much sitting there and telling his story. And by telling his story, he's introducing all the exhibits that he would like to introduce to defend himself. He's pretty much saying, this real estate company was mad at me. So,
Yes,
hold
Your
on.
Honor.
Okay, they're admitted into evidence, and
And Mr. Dreskovich, oh, I'm sorry.
do you want to publish?
I would, if you wouldn't mind, could you take maybe 10 seconds of photo and clip them for me?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You want to see the photos? Is that what you're trying to see?
Well, I guess maybe, but when we publish them, if you could publish them for about 10 seconds if you would. And I'm what I'm concerned about publishing are the photos of the inside of my home
They are.
and what, okay.
Yes.
So, thank you, sir.
This is A2.
So this is what I walked into in my house starting.
This is A2A1.
Well, that sucks. Nobody would like that. I would freak out if my house looked like that.
Right.
I know the similar looking photo.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you done with this photo?
And he
Yes, sir.
said he wants 10 seconds. Like he's acting like his attorney is his secretary, right?
B2.
Oh man, look at the garage. Oof. But it wasn't that organized because I saw pictures before. But it didn't look like that. That's
Coincidentally,
awful.
I was led to believe that they were not going to make a mess of my house.
This is C2.
And that's the problem, the mess, not the murder thing. Ugh.
This is D2. This is E2. This is F2. This is G2.
Yes, the cops did that, Kowalski, after he was interrogated. I don't know what that noise is. Is he crying? If he's crying about this, we want to see his face, please. I am tagging all your comments, guys. We will be reading them. What is he? What is the sound? Is he crying for real? Okay, we want to see the crying. Let's see, because we are experts in this channel about crying. Somebody's crying.
Sitting on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess. And
Aw, let me see.
so this for me was, the thing that just broke me.
Okay, let me see.
I'm sorry. I knew I didn't do this thing. And
Were the
yet police
tears?
claim to have this evidence. They did what they did to me. And I have
Blame
a $1 million life insurance policy.
language.
I
To
didn't
me.
want my family to have to go through more torture.
Okay.
And so I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought, you know what, if I can avoid the pain that they're going to suffer during this whole circus, some money into their hands to make up for me not being there, then maybe this is the thing to do. But it was me never. I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. But as you can see, I attempted suicide. And SWAT came in and pulled me out and put me into that ambulance. Detective Jappy came into the ambulance, and when he came to the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession from me. It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that
Sustained.
And in response, I said that I'm innocent, but I don't want my family to go through this, this thing that's going to happen. I guess what I said exactly was, I know that I would prove I'm innocent at trial, but I don't want my family to go through the pain. And I wish that I had the audio to prove that to you, but apparently it doesn't exist.
What audio?
I'm not certain how we ended up leading off with Mr. Gurman's, I guess the response to Mr. Gurman's request for the messages between me and Roberta, the emails and the Microsoft Teams. The production of those items that were given to, or that they were going to give to Mr. Gurman, it's a lot. I think it's probably hundreds of pages. So I think we were trying to see whether or not we could produce them electronically so that you could review those messages for yourself and see whether or not they're a motive for murder.
Your approach, please.
To me, just doesn't flow. His testimony just doesn't flow. Just doesn't make much sense. This wouldn't be motive. Nobody really speaks like that. If you're in this situation, you're gonna be like, I didn't do it. This is a horrible thing. This is a horrible thing that happened. You don't speak about you don't speak like an attorney, like cold, detached from what actually happened. This is not motive for murder. Someone who did this was trained because they slashed his throat. I have never been trained. Therefore, it's not proof that I committed this murder. Very detached, in my opinion. Let's look at some of the comments that we were. Sorry,
It's my
guys.
understanding, based on the representations, that exhibit will be created and it will be marked and admitted after it's created. The state's gonna put all those, I guess, communications onto a drive.
I'm starting all your comments. We're gonna go through all of them.
Thank you. And it's my understanding they already produced that item. I don't know if we can make sure that what they're producing is.
It will be provided to you shortly.
Oh, absolutely, you'll have to review it.
I would like to now share a photo of my Yukon that was taken at the police impound in their garage. It's 02.
I don't think people want to hear about all your victim stuff. I really want to know how you didn't do this.
We can move for a submission, or at least be admitted by stipulation. No objection.
It's admitted,
If we may publish it.
absolutely.
Oh, Kowalski. I just Googled it because I didn't know who that was.
This is a photo of my Yukon that, again, was taken by the police at the garage. If you will note, my Yukon doesn't have worn paint around the windshield like the killer's does. I'd like to note that I am
was just the
in
same
jail. I
car.
don't have access to Photoshop this photo so that to remove any alleged paint, worn paint.
Okay.
I don't
Why would
also
you
have
bring that
Photoshop
up?
to modify the picture that Mr. Mogg took that shows allegedly that there was worn paint on my car. I'll also note for you, just because, the way that courts work and building records, that
Ooh,
the
tell
doors
us,
on my
please.
car do lock and unlock. They do open. They do work. If someone were to open my car door, the visor, it works. It flips up, it flips down. So at any point, at any time, anyone could have opened the car door, flipped up my visor, flipped it down, even just prior to Mr. Mogg taking his photos. And so that's what I've got for that photo. Thank you very much.
He talks
Um,
like that's enough. Mic drop. So that's what I
The
got.
cameras that are on the corner of my house, I did install those on September 5th, after my wife and I heard what we thought was a gunshot in the neighborhood. And I think that it'd be pretty easy to, well, I know that I said that to Detective Gaddis in my interview. And also, it was previously discussed that those cameras were not there during the surveillance on the 1st. So Mr. Mogg would not have found videos for the 2nd, for the 3rd, for the 4th. Personally, I believe that when there's no videos for all those days, I'm not sure how it could be so.
Argumentative.
Observations.
Of course, Your Honor.
And he's like, see, look at the attorney. The attorney's like, wow, you're screwing yourself. It's not my fault.
Is that okay?
He's like,
Thank you.
all right, go ahead.
And so I believe both, well, I can't tell you what other people testified to, but I will say that
The little smirk.
that day, on September 2nd, at 8:50 a.m., I
Okay.
did make a text message from my house.
Make a text
And
message.
I
Who
did
makes a
not
text
leave
message?
my house. And I'm just going to hit this one point really quickly.
Let's see.
Through 9:10 a.m. at the very earliest. Okay. As I testify later, it was much later that I left my home, but that's, I believe, an important point.
Okay, as long as you believe so, we don't.
Sent a text message. 9:10, I was still home. Now, I would like to share, if I may, R2, I believe, I'm not sure if that's been admitted by stipulation or not. These are the tweets that I made that had any reference to Mr. Gurman.
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah, and admitted
It's marked as.
R2.
The state had produced a Twitter file that was not in, your typical web browser format. And so when we went to review this is how those tweets came up.
The way he delivers is just lacking so much for me.
It's admitted.
In his mind, I think he's doing great. He thinks he's doing a great job. Like, this is the way it was. Like, take your own conclusions, right? Mic drop. And we're like lost. What are you talking about?
So,
okay, let's see the exhibit.
You'll notice that you heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked about hearing rustling in the trash. Just a dig at Mr. Gurman, and that was the one that's listed on 6. I believe that's 6:18 at about 7 at almost 8 in the morning. You don't see the other tweets because again, for whatever reason, they didn't. When they produced this document, they didn't produce replies embedded in it.
For whatever
that's the
reason.
Same one. And you see that my last tweet regarding Mr. Gurman is on 6:19. And there I say, at J Gurman RJ at Review Journal. Actually, it wasn't lashing out so much as making sure that you finish the story about the website and maybe poking a little fun. A winky face emoji. I had created, and you'll see that as has already been admitted, I created this portion of my campaign website that talked about the stuff that that was different things I disputed, and so I wanted to draw attention to that. So that's why I goaded Mr. Gurman into that a little bit. At the same time,
Protecting his throat.
it was actually June 16th. I had sent a text message to a friend who had reached out to me about, because he was, he just wanted to check in on me.
He's very comfortable at talking
And
about
on
this.
the 16th, I conveyed to him that it's all good. I'm not actually mad at it. At this point, I was over it.
Seems rehearsed.
I'm happy to move on.
I'm happy to move on.
And,
Face.
I said, although, Gurman says he's going to do a third article, one about the website. I don't give a damn. LOL. I don't know if that's something that we can, thank you, sir, that we can admit this text message.
This testimony is a train wreck.
If we may, or if you could present it for admission.
Who in their right mind thinks this guy is coming off well? Like this is going great.
This is going to be J3.
Even if he's telling the truth, which I doubt at this point, I start to doubt. The delivery is awful. I can't. Does anybody like this? Is it hitting home? Are you guys following him and being like, yeah, right, we're with you. We're with you, sir. Mic drop. Everything he says, it's like, well, you can see the text messages for yourself. Okay. He does. He thinks he's the smartest man in the room, Kowalski.
So you can see the content of there again.
Yeah.
3 days before
He definitely, but we can feel it, right?
that last tweet.
Okay, let's see.
So
Again, there
exactly. There were any messages where I would threaten Mr. Gurman. I'm certain that if there were, they would have been produced. Thank you, sir. The way that I handle things is I figure out ways to do things legally, and I'll discuss that in a little bit as to what I was planning. Your Honor, may I just stand up for one moment to show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office? Just for a moment. And
what does that have to do with it?
right where I'm at. Okay. So
it's becoming weirder and weirder.
I don't know if you notice the height difference.
Between who?
I wear lifts in my shoes. I'm about 6'5.5", and call it a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller. And so if I may just demonstrate.
Okay, just because you're wearing it today doesn't mean that you wear it all the time.
These shoes that have built-in lifts, they're designed in a certain way where they don't slip off a person's foot when you're wearing them, right? You can see how this is so elongated because there's a lift in here, right? So you can't put, it's not, from when I've tried, I could not put a lift in a name brand shoe because that shoe would slip right off. There's not enough of the back of this, once that lifts in there.
Are you trying to say because you don't have the lift in the Nike shoes?
So essentially, I'd be kicking my shoes off every time
that all your shoes have to have a lift?
So, I never wore, again, any type of name brand shoe at the office. And I think that's something that it'll likely be discussed at closing, and how that's relevant.
It'll be discussed at closing, okay? Pay attention, you dumb people.
Of course,
sir, that has nothing to do with anything.
I did not cut up a shoe.
What the hell is this face now?
And hide it under my couch. I did not cut up a hat and put it
Why are you making
in an
that face?
open door of my toolbox. I did not
So who did it?
kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay.
So I did not take a bag with my children's basketball and football out of the bin
At the end?
and use it during the commission of a murder.
Lots of faces here, huh?
And
So why was all this stuff found at your house?
so, again, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Oh, I didn't kill him. Lip
I
compression.
was, well, I guess, my next statement would have been argument, so let me skip that.
Yeah, let's skip that. And the anger, the teeth, the bottom teeth.
And I think my attorney's already kind of discussed with you
The attorney's like trying to dig a
The
hole to just
deletion of this body cam
disappear.
video. I guess next I just want to share, I'm going to try to share some thoughts with you about the killer.
About the killer. Ooh, tell us. What do you think about him?
It was strange to me that the killer,
Objection, proper opinion.
Look at his
I
face.
didn't get to hear, so, what did you, what's the topic?
well, I wanted to talk about my observations about the killer.
Okay, you can testify about any facts and observations that you've made.
Not opinions.
Observations that I made about the evidence that I've reviewed, Your Honor.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Let's see.
It was strange to me that the killer walked around the neighborhood.
Again,
It's hard.
facts and observations.
Not an opinion.
Right, and I was clarifying earlier that if I reviewed the evidence as provided to the state, but that's okay. I'll,
Stop arguing with the judge. No awareness.
I did not.
No awareness.
Make sure I get my order right here. So you saw a document with certain searches that said Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, those type of things. I'd like, and my apologies, I should have actually sought this out earlier. I don't know if we can, it's a state's exhibit, if we can dig that up.
Dig that up.
It was a list of searches for Mr.
Look at the
Gurman.
state's face. She's like,
That was provided by the state. A lump of Cellbrite.
we don't work for you, sir. His attorney's like, what the hell does he want from me? I guess I'll go over there. Can you guys all stop everything and dig that up for me? I should have told you, but you guys all work for me, so just mute him. See, he continues to talk and they mute him because they're in sidebar and he continues to talk. So yesterday they start muting him and he keeps talking. He keeps talking. Thomas C says, can someone play taps? Let me go back up here. Thomas had said, he gives me the Phantom of the Opera vibes. He gives me the Dr. Evil vibes. I was going to do that thumbnail, but I didn't. But now I'm going to have to use this guy. I don't know how to say this name. Nosfer. Okay, I'm not going to try. Later. Thomas says they had ring and cam footage of him going to the victim's house. Yes, okay.
Search results actually get pushed, or
Not
like
his
pages
face.
get pushed up.
Get into
Is
that.
when people review or when people do a search and
Tell us, we're stupid. Tell
they
us,
visit a
please.
particular page based on the fact that they did these search terms, that would actually increase the ranking of the page. And so I'll explain. So for example, again, if you Google Rob Tejas or Jeffrey Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, then you go to my page and you find the page and you click it, then Google's going to say, okay, well, we're going to push this up, right? When people search, we're going to get it further up the chain. And so when I was doing these searches, you'll see, sir, is it?
Sir, can you please chop, choppity chop, sir?
Thank you, sir. And sir, may I ask you to kind of go through this slowly on the Elmo, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please.
You may publish.
I feel like he's so
If
condescending. I don't know
I was
if you
trying to
guys feel
search
that
for
way.
Mr. Gorman's personal information, I don't believe that I would repeatedly Google him over and over again.
I don't believe that I
If you
would.
might focus. Oh,
I didn't,
I don't know
or
if
I
you all
did.
can. If you
I
might
don't
zoom in
believe
just
that
a
I
little more, if you don't
would.
mind, sir.
It's very evasive and weird.
So you see that it starts off Jeff German, Las Vegas, 4 times. Then I added Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator. And if you could flip that page, please, sir. And then from there, if you could go down just a little bit, if you don't mind, just so I can read the very top. Okay,
Right
Jeff
there, right
German,
there.
Las
No,
Vegas
up,
Public
up.
Administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, and again, so if I was trying to find his address, I would be putting Public Administrator in the same search, right? If you could please flip that as well. So here I was trying to build a pattern. So next I searched Jeff
We
German, Las
can't
Vegas, Rob
read any of this, by the way,
NV,
guys.
which is my campaign website. All right, so later as I continued to research, I found out that the only thing it was going to do is bump the search result up on my own browser. But thank you, sir. So I ended up finding that there were paid services where you give them a credit card number and a certain amount of money to spend, and they have either one of 2 ways of doing it. They either have people in some other part of the country or the world manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's, I don't know if you'd call it cheating to
Don't
have
smile
somebody
because
artificially
it's
pushing your
freaking
website
me
up.
out.
I felt like, with what Rita Reid had done, that, if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could read the truth, right? So that was the purpose of those searches. But I never searched for Mr. German's address. And yeah, I would think that if I had, you would see a landing page of some sort that actually showed I searched for his address.
Yeah,
So
you worked as a
when
clerk
I
commissioner. I'm
saw
sure
this
you can
supposed
get his address.
searches where I supposedly looked for his car, you got to have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed, that supposedly they found the car by way of his address.
You
I
work
didn't
in
know
the
his address.
county. We are pretty sure you can
So,
get his address.
and
That
again, and I think if
explanation
you were
doesn't
seeing
make any
some
sense.
landing page showing that I knew it. I didn't know his address.
He's like,
Never
there's
been
no
to town.
Google search, so
Didn't do a Google Maps search of him.
seriously?
And when it came to these photos that are supposedly surveillance, I don't know why anyone would do that. Sit there and take 100 photos of different cars. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is. It's my understanding that surveillance means you go tail a person, not sit there and snap off a bunch of pictures.
Yeah, that's what surveillance is. People do that.
And then there were these other items that the state had introduced, photos of articles, like screenshots of articles, screenshots of the, was it Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit draft? Rick, may I?
Sir, why was the murderer's outfit in your house?
So
Why is
I
there
had been
video
writing a draft of a lawsuit and
of someone
as I
wearing
said
an
earlier,
orange
this is the way that
outfit
I wanted to handle
with
this.
hats and
Um,
shoes that were found in your house?
If we may take a look at it so I can tell you.
They muted him. Okay. Cat Mandy, you don't have Photoshop? You mean that thing that you can download on a computer in 2 minutes? He's still talking, but he's muted, guys. It's not me. Who is he talking to?
I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look bad. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game.
So you knew you were
Because
going to
my
lose the
original thought
election?
was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people, right? And I got advice to that extent. And so I took it. I said, okay, well, I'm from an attorney. I'm like, all right, well, I won't sue them now. And my hope is that I was going to win. And I think I came pretty close, but it is what it is. So once I lost, I said, you know what? Fair game. I'm going to sue them. May I? Oh, I am so sorry, sir. Okay.
This guy,
So
part
again,
of the
this is
defense
a
team, is
draft of a
like,
lawsuit. It's an unfinished lawsuit that I started drafting, and it was
this
going
is
to be
not
on
going
behalf
well.
of myself as my own attorney, as part of the law firm that I had, Accolade Law, and I would like to ask that this be admitted.
Any objection?
We are all so very lucky
So
to be in your
you can
presence,
review that and
sir.
see that again. This is
And
the
Accolade
reason
Law.
that I had actually captured some of those pictures. Oh, sorry, sir. Okay. Now, the interesting about, this situation, and I guess, I had done my own research on cases, and I had found that there were actually cases where even DNA evidence had been planted. There was a
Sure.
case where apparently it was an officer-involved shooting, and the police were pretty sure they had their people.
The suspects?
Yeah, the objection is sustained.
The attorney's like, whatever. There's nothing we can do.
Goes to my theory, but I guess we'll have to save that for later.
Mic drop.
Um,
I guess you're gonna have to save that for later. With all the goodies I'm gonna bring to you guys to show how I'm not guilty. Later, though. This narrative is the worst
that day.
idea.
September 2nd of 2022.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, I sent a text message, hung around home, had no watching TV or working. Somewhere probably around 10ish, I went for a walk. Came back home, and then got ready and went off to the gym. And if I could republish T2.
He was watching TV or working. Pause. Went for a walk, came home, and got ready for the gym. But he was walking, so he was already ready to exercise. So why would you be getting ready again after you walk? Okay. Nosferatu. Nosferatu. Did I say that right?
Absolutely, sure.
Walter Dames, I'm a leprechaun and I'm
Sure, if
okay.
you could
I
please
sleep
turn to
all
the
night
appropriate
and
page.
lie all day. The defense is like, I
As I
guess
said before,
we're working for him now.
I'm techie, right? You see that my actual login, after you consider everything I do, and to get ready to go to the gym.
I don't know what you do to get ready to go
when
to
they
the
were
gym.
ready to scan my phone, it was at 12:09. And I say it was my phone because I'm a techie person. The tag that was on my keychain, I abandoned it long ago. So that was from my phone. May I
What?
next republish? I believe it's States Exhibit 374. Regarding
Defense
text
is so
messages I received that
annoyed.
day.
The defense attorney is so annoyed. Like a dog testify, I don't know who put the poo in the hallway. They kept framed me. And he thinks he's doing so well, but everybody else is like, this is a train wreck. Even his defense attorney's faces are like, oh my God. I think this guy insisted in doing this, in testifying as a narrative. And they probably had some discussions, and the defense attorneys were like, okay, all right, whatever you want.
If you don't mind, if you could publish it, please.
If you don't mind, my secretary, can you publish, please? That way, yeah. Put it 10 seconds. Pause. Can
Yeah,
you
if you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly.
look at his face?
My
He's
apologies.
like,
Um,
whatever.
If you could go ahead and turn to the next page, please.
When the attorney tries to represent himself, right? He's trying to represent himself. He's not letting
So
his
if you could
defense
turn the page,
attorney
please.
do a lot.
Okay, if you could turn the page, please.
The horror.
You turn the page,
Jennifer
please.
McCabe. It was horrifying.
If you could again turn the page, please.
Yeah, the defense attorney's job is to
You
be
see
turning
again
pages
that
for you.
conversation I had with my daughter.
I don't see anything.
Had my phone, responded, no problem. At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You could turn the page, please.
Love Jimmy John's. Is that a place, or are you talking about the food, or are you talking about somebody?
Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit, or the other direction, please, from Cora.
This is the worst delivery.
When I got this text message from this spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that. If you could please, when I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. And again, still had my phone. When I got this, if you could go to the next page, please. This is, so we had recently changed our, at the office, the way that, or our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things. Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed, just junk mail. Sir, please. Again, another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture from my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I'd been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond. You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because I said, honey, I'm home. So can we go to the next page? Again, another junk mail. Then a phone call from Reputation Defender, junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling. And then another email, again, automated email. If you could change the page, please. And calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already have myself at the gym, right? So it's not like
I have
I've
myself
got to
at
answer
the
any of these
gym.
things, right?
Distancing
And then
language.
I was done at the gym. I want to say I typically take about
Kind
an
of like
hour
I'm
there.
creating a script. At this time, I
And
have
so-
myself at the gym.
It was, I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies.
A
So I left
normal
the
person
message.
says what? I was at the gym.
And
Went to
if
the
you
gym. I'm not
Scroll
sure the
down, it
time.
looks like I left a
Thomas
message
says, I feel
about,
like Dracula is reading me a
sensor for my
bedtime
dog.
story.
I forget. And if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me. Whatever anybody tries to argue, because again, I clearly had it. Went from the check-in. I say I
Is
had
he
it all
telling
day.
the jury you should
may
have
try to
no
argue otherwise,
doubts?
but so when we continue on again, there's that message. Then my ex-wife sends me a message at 1:26, and I don't immediately respond to it. And I don't feel the need to respond to every single text message immediately. I don't know, I'm personally that way.
Aye.
If I don't find a sense of urgency in it, I believe it can wait a bit. Sometimes I won't respond to,
Look at his
even if it's a person who's sending me a text message,
demeanor.
I won't respond to the next day.
I'm above
It's just
everybody.
whatever mood I'm in.
It's whatever mood I'm in.
So
So
I
arrogant.
personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here.
Look at his freaking hand position right now.
Thank you,
Dr.
sir, very
Evil
much.
meets Dracula and this other guy you guys
So-
told me about today.
I went to the gym, like I said, at about 12
But he casts no
and got
reflection.
checked in about 12:09. Did my workout.
Oh,
Went
wait.
home.
I'll be back. I'll be back in the comments, guys.
Picked up kids later,
It's cloth.
and I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Sustained.
So
And he's
I
like-
personally can't imagine myself to be the kind of person.
Objection.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would stab someone.
The objection was sustained.
Okay.
Stop.
So-
Oh,
I've never beat anybody up.
how
I've
about
never
it didn't
killed
do
anybody.
it? Cat, I can't wait for the cross.
I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Ooh, eyebrow raise.
And
Real
that's
quick.
my testimony.
Okay, are we done?
Okay. Cross-examination.
Ooh-ha!
Oh, that's-
Can we get a break? We're gonna get a
We're
break?
gonna take a recess. During this recess, your mom shall not to discuss or communicate.
That was a
with
train
anyone,
wreck,
including your
sir.
fellow jurors, any way regarding the case. Remember, questions don't come till both sides are done questioning.
Go ahead and
So,
make
when
write
the
comments now,
district-
guys.
When they're
We're
done
gonna go over all
questioning,
the
if you want to
comments.
ask a question, I will ask it then. But we do that because your question might get answered in the interim. So during this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors.
I
in any
wonder
way
if
regarding
the jury's
case or
gonna have
its merits, by
questions
voice,
for
phone,
him.
Email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media, read, watch, or listen to
You
news.
did
or media accounts
awful,
or
Mr.
commentary about the
Tellis.
case, do any
If
research,
you're sitting
consult
there
dictionaries,
wondering.
internet or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way, investigate or learn about the case on your own or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Will be in recess. Is 15 minutes okay?
Yes,
15
we like
minutes. Thank
15
you.
minutes. It's perfect, Your Honor. Go ahead, Your Honor. And he's muted. Whew. That was not good. Not a good idea to testify when you have zero self-awareness and you don't understand how you come off to other people, and when you believe you're above everybody else, and when you treat your attorneys like your secretary because you have zero charisma and zero likability. So I'm going to go over some of your comments before I say anything else, because I don't want to miss anything. Kowalski says a train wreck wrapped in a tornado during a nuclear meltdown. It was not good. It was not good. And I just went to the Court TV website, well, the YouTube, and I was checking the poll they did, and 88% said the testimony was not believable. 8% a little, 1% mostly believable, and 3% very believable. So 88% of people were like, "Oh hell nah, no, sir, we don't believe a thing you're saying." Thomas says, "Play the It Wasn't Me song." Maybe I'll put that when I make a body language montage on this guy. Susan says, is his wife in the courtroom? I don't know. Does anybody know, guys? Please let us know in the comment section. His claw was the worst thing I've ever seen. Let's see if we can rewind the claw part. It was just so weird. Look at that. right here.
I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here.
I personally think there's a lot of okay, I'm sorry. I was covering up the claw. Okay, let's go back. When people make these faces and they pause and we pause them like this and they say, I personally don't think, even though I look like a monster right now and there's a claw right here gonna attack me, I personally don't think there's anything suspicious. We think there's suspicious stuff. Sir, the killer was caught on camera wearing an orange suit and a hat and shoes that were found in your house. You have a problem with the victim because he was writing articles about you, sir. We are having trouble believing anything you have to say. So this is the claw.
So I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here.
Ooh, Dr. Evil. And then he does the Dr. Evil pose. He goes like, okay, so let's see. Kowalski's asking, wait, someone married this guy? Yes, I think so. And I think he has kids and all of that stuff. So guys, that's, if you're single out there, I'm single. If you're single out there like me, don't feel bad. Sometimes it's better that way, That's all I'm going to say. Thomas says, doing cross, he'll transform into a bat and fly into a ceiling fan. I wouldn't doubt. This guy gives me a lot of weird vibes, but I don't want to make a lot of comments on his physical appearance or the manner that he speaks as far as speech pattern, because I do believe he might have some type of issue, because when I started listening to him, I'm like, does he have a speech impediment or something? So that's not what I want to focus on. I want to focus on the behavior portion, right? The arrogance that comes off, the fact that he does argue with the judge, the fact that he continues talking when there's an objection, the fact that he's treating everybody in the courtroom like his servants or something. At least that's the vibe I get. Not in the daylight, he won't transform into a bat. Okay, so previously we had some comments that I had starred. Okay, so Thomas is saying, yes, I have been watching this trial. He's not representing himself, he's testifying, and he isn't a trial attorney. He has no clue for Melanie Little. Okay, but he is an attorney, right? And he does mention a lot of times the rules of evidence, or, oh, I guess you're going to call this argumentative, or I guess you're going to call this, so I'm going to stop here. It's just not likable. Kowalski, thanks for clearing that up. Bianca and Thomas, thank you so much for your input as well to give us information. Then we have Thomas saying he had the cut up straw hat that the killer was wearing, shoes too that were cut up. Yes, that was the evidence found in his house. Maybe we can pull that up here if you guys haven't seen. Okay, but before that, this is the guy that you guys were saying that looked like him a little bit. Let me pull this up. Nosferatu. That's one. Okay, I shouldn't be doing this. Guys, I shouldn't be doing this. Oh, hold on. Evidence found in Robert Teller's home. I can't spell home. There you go. So the evidence found was, okay, so this is the video, right? We got the video of this guy walking out of the victim's house the day of the murder. So he was caught in the Ring cameras wearing the orange construction outfit, the straw hat, and the shoes, okay? Then they found in Robert Tellis's house, they found the shoe cut up. One shoe was intact. The other one was cut up in a little Ziploc bag under the couch. They found the straw hat in the garage, and they found the orange outfit. So look at how angry he looks here. I did not see that face before. So they found this in his home. And that's pretty damning evidence. When I actually listened to the opening statement from the state, I was like, all right, guilty, case closed. That's not how we operate. Of course, we have to watch the whole evidence. We have to keep our minds open. And we have to believe that he is innocent until it's proven without any doubts or reason, with beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty. But when we find all this evidence, I mean, except for Sarah Boone, who actually has a video of her killing the ex-boyfriend, it's pretty damning evidence, right? It's pretty damning evidence. So let's see here. Cat Mandy is saying, I think he's a real estate attorney or something, not a criminal attorney. Let me see if we can clear that up. What kind of attorney is Robert Tellis? Not a good one. That's what Google told me. I'm just kidding. What defense attorney? I can't find it. Can't find it, guys. I mean, I can look it up later. But if you guys have the answer, let us know what kind of attorney he is. He did work for the Clark County in the probate section. So he would review contracts, public records, property assessment. And that is what he was investigating, this real estate company that he claims is framing him for this murder, because he was investigating this real estate company. Thomas is saying, yep, real estate attorney, no courtroom experience, and his DNA under the victim's fingernails. Right. That's when they say it's like consistent with the DNA, right? They don't say, okay, 100% it was him, but they say it's consistent with, I believe, which is another big another big piece of evidence. Kowalski says, oh, I know what kind of attorney he is. Not a very good one. That's true. That's true. Okay, so back to the beginning. If this is a little bit of information on the case, if anybody's here just like starting out, just like for the first time, who is this guy and what's going on? Robert Tellis, he's a former Clark County public administrator. He's being accused of murder from something that happened in September of 2022. It was the death of an investigative of a reporter who was 60 years old, Mr. Jeff Gurman. Mr. Jeff Gurman was writing articles about the clerk, accusing him of inappropriate behavior in the workspace, having relations with one of his employees, even though he was married. And there's a video, by the way, that they showed during the trial of I was like, first of all, the video is showing a garage, and then there's a car, and then he exits the back seat of the car, and then she exits the back seat of the car. So the first time I saw the video, I was like, well, I used to go to lunch with my employers all the time, and we would like come out of the car, But what is very weird for him, it's not good, is that he comes out of the back seat of the car. She comes out of the back seat of the car. She arranges her dress down, and then she goes into the front seat of the car. So what the heck were you doing in the back seat of the car with this guy, lady? So that's one of the accusations that Mr. Gurman was writing about. And he was also writing about possible fraud from the clerk officer. So then after this article started coming out, he was up for election and he lost the election. So then there were these text messages, Twitter, that they mentioned a little bit about today. And then Mr. Gurman is found murdered, right? And then when the police has a warrant and searches his home and makes all that mess that we saw today, they find the hats, the shoes, and the outfit, and the DNA under the fingernails of the victim. Thomas says, examining briefs, Kowalski say they were doing their nasty. Yeah, what were you guys doing in the back seat of the car? how stupid are people? People are so stupid. Criminals are so stupid. One of my favorite people to watch is attorney Bruce Rivers. I don't know if you guys ever watched him. He's so funny. He has this little rap in the beginning of his videos, you know, the self-snitch videos. Bruce Rivers is a criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers is a criminal lawyer. What? He's so funny. He always says how criminals are stupid, how they make the stupidest mistakes. This guy works in the county and he knows there are cameras there, but he still goes to his lunch date with his with the person that works with him, and they come out of the car in the garage where there's a camera. Come on, man, come on. So anyways, Mr. Tellis, who is in trial right now, he is pleading not guilty, and he claims that there's a correspondent named Peter Van Sant that they planted evidence in his home, and they planted the DNA under the victim's fingernails as well, right? So it's a lot. It's a lot. And then he decides to testify. He decides to testify as a narrative. It's a style of testifying which I personally have not really seen. I don't remember if Alec Murdaugh, when he testified, if it was a question and answer based, but it definitely doesn't. I don't remember being a train wreck like this, where the person is just like losing their place all the time. So I had some notes. Okay, so my notes about this, right? Right away, I don't agree with the manner of the testimony. I don't agree that when the defense sat with this client and said, listen, if you're going to take the stand, we have to discuss, we have to check your options. Maybe they don't think it's a good idea. Maybe they said, we have to let him go in and testify because that's how we're going to introduce exhibits. Okay, great. But not as a narrative, right? Because people have a manner of speaking and people have a presence, right? When two people enter in the room, the people who is more certain, the people who has a posture, body language, a voice, a tonality of certainty will captivate your attention, will usually have an advantage over the other person as far as if this was a meeting, a business negotiation, anything like that. This is why we learn about handshakes, about posture, about how to speak, have eye contact with people and all of that. He doesn't have much of that. He doesn't have charisma. He doesn't have likability, and he may have some speech impediments. So not as a derogatory comment if he does have an impediment, but generally speaking, in a psychological manner, how people perceive someone, it's not going to be attractive and it's not going to be engaging the people listening. Even though he loves to talk and he loves to explain, he believes he's explaining how things make sense. Like, obviously, you can see that text message shows that I'm not guilty, right? Obviously, haha, haha, right? Mic drop. He thinks he's like giving you the best evidence ever, but let me just check here the court real quick. Oh, it's still. Hold on, I want to make sure. Yeah, we're live. Let me put the courts back on just in case they start talking. Give me 1 second. What is the deal here? Okay, share screen. Oh, I know. I'm sharing this screen. Now I gotta share this screen. There you go. Now we have court and I have it live. It's playing. So at any moment when the sound comes back, we'll be able to get right back on that. So anyways, when you're speaking to other people, you have to have awareness of the people listening, right? Just like when you're doing a public speech or somebody doing stand-up comedy, they have to look at the audience and get a feel for the engagement. Something is working, something is not working. The joke's not sitting well. He doesn't have any of that awareness, so he's just speaking. He believes he's doing a great job. Even his defense team, the faces are like, oh my God, like, and then he gives them orders like, can you play this in this speed and just go over there, do that, do this, sir, can you please do that, thanks, appreciate it, sir, appreciate it, which sounds to me as a condescending thing. Let me just get some comments here. Kowalski saying, yeah, I've never seen that either, the narrative style of testimony. Murdaugh was a whole different kind of train wreck. And we might have another trial for Alec Murdaugh, right? He's appealing right now, and we might have more trials repeating. Karen Reed might repeat. We'll be here for all of this. Thomas says the creep meter was pegged for sure, for sure. Joshing you, hello, my friend. Off topic, but did you get a chance to check out that video? Yes, I did. Guys, Joshing you asked me to check out a video from this channel called The Prophet. What is it called? The Prophet. He will clarify in a second. But it was a horrible video of an officer who just pulled somebody over, beat him up, arrested him, and now the guy is apparently awaiting trial. So Josh, you wanted to get my opinion on it. Maybe we can all watch it later when he tells me the name of the video, because I forgot. What is it? The Prophet? The Reluctant Prophet. Here you go. The Reluctant Prophet. And I think the name was okay, we'll figure it out. But basically, a person was driving, the guy was driving, he saw a cop parked and he flipped him over, right? He flipped him, yeah, he gave him the finger. And the cop got mad at that and just followed the car and pulled him over in let's say a Home Depot parking lot. As soon as the guy opened the door and was out of the car, he was holding a phone and keys. He was holding things on both hands. The cop started to say, started to give him orders such as, I don't remember exactly, but either put your hands behind your back or put your hands up. And then the guy was like, why? What did I do? The second that he said that, the cop grabbed him by the waist, flipped him, started to try to put him on the floor. The guy tried to fight the cop off. And then a person who was passing by, a guy, thought the cop was, in trouble and came to help the cop put the guy down. They put the guy down on the floor. The guy is bald. They beat him, like his head was bleeding after, arrested him, not right away telling him his rights, not right away telling him what the offense was. And the guy is not going to be, I think he's in prison right now. So Joshing is asking me, so would you say the cop was the aggressor or the driver? I think the cop was the aggressor. Absolutely, the cop was the aggressor, because even when the Reluctant Prophet starts the video, he says, he gave the cop the finger, which is not very nice, but that's a First Amendment right, freedom of speech and expression, right? So that's not a crime, and the cop doesn't have the right to physically assault somebody for not liking cops and giving him the finger. I don't know if there's any law that says that that's some type of physical danger or assault, but the cop definitely assaulted him, and I feel horrible for these situations. Not the type of thing I watch all the time. I did it for you, Joshing you. I did it for you. But horrible video, completely against what the cop has done in this situation. But back to Robert Tellis, right? Back to Robert Tellis and his decision to testify in this narrative manner. When you're speaking to a jury or peers or an audience, it's nice to have someone who's well-spoken, who has charisma, who is likable, and in this situation specifically, who has humility, who has a humble demeanor, and especially in cases like this, who show respect, reverence, and sorrow for the victim, no matter what. So Robert Tellis is all about himself. He's just like, I did this, I did that, and let me blame these people, and these people, but I'll show you how I'm not guilty. But his explanations don't add up. His explanations don't make sense. Like, why would I be I don't have a Google search looking for the victim's address, therefore I don't know where he lives, but you work in the county, so that doesn't add up. So don't tell us something that's stupid with that condescending demeanor, like, this is the explanation I'm giving you, so great, this is the explanation I'm giving you, and that's a great explanation, because it's not. And people are not stupid. These types of personalities with the arrogance, with the narcissism, with the ego, a lot of times they don't have this awareness, and they believe the sense of the grandiosity is that they're so great that everything they say is like a gift to us, but we pick it up very easily. Joshing you, I was the driver. I'm not in jail, but I'm facing 3 years for it. No way. You were that driver. You were the guy who flipped the police off and was in that video from the Reluctant Prophet. That is awful. That is awful. Awful, awful. Oh my God, I feel so bad. I feel horrible. That is awful. I hate that happened so much. That type of violence is completely unacceptable. Guys, please show support for Josh and you. Go into the Reluctant Prophet channel to watch the video and post a comment over there. What's the name of the video, Josh and you, so that people can go and watch and write a comment to support you, or do whatever we can do to support you, because it was such an injustice to just have a reaction like that from a cop, just start beating somebody up. Absolutely horrible. Another thing that the Reluctant Prophet did mention in the video, that apparently Josh Yu was exiting the car and he had a phone and keys, right? One on each hand. So when the cop wrote a report, he said the guy was assaulting him, or I don't know, he couldn't see what was in his hands or something, but it was clear that both of his hands were occupied. Like, there was nothing he could do. All he was doing was asking, what did I do? What are my charges? Okay, so the name of the video, if anybody is interested in watching this story, is called Cops Go Hand on Hand with the Wrong Guy, the Reluctant Prophet. I'm actually going to post it here on the comments. And the Reluctant Prophet. It was awful, awful. Not the type of thing I like to watch at all, because I hate violence, I hate injustice, but it's important to bring awareness to this type of thing, especially for someone as nice as Josh and you, that is always here supporting the channel. So I just put the link on the comment section if you guys want to check that way. And I will also post the name, so that if you guys just want to copy and paste on YouTube, you will find that video, and alerts there's going to be violence because the cop does physically assault Josh and you, and it's awful, awful, awful stuff. So with that being said, the defense attorney, right? If I was Robert Teller's defense attorney, I would be saying, listen, I believe that if you insist on testifying because you want to introduce all these exhibits and this is the only way we can do it, let me ask you questions, you respond. I ask questions, you respond. But because of apparently he has this big ego, he wouldn't let that happen, right? So he's like, no, I'll just do the narrative. I'll just sit there and explain to the jury. I'm sure they're going to eat right out of my hands. They're going to, I think the cross is about to start, guys. It's going to be a fiery one. I should go to the bathroom before this happens. We should all take a bathroom break. But just to close up, the defense attorney, to me, it feels like they were in this conversation and then they thought, you know what, this guy wants to go in and just murder himself in the stand. We are going to allow it. It's like they threw him at a lion's den and just watch him just watch what happens. Just like watch the train wreck, the city catch on fire. Just let it happen, because when somebody's like that and they think they're better than everybody else and they have all the answers, and you can obviously see that they don't, but they won't have any awareness about it, you just gotta let it happen, right? Just gotta let it happen. Josh, you don't fall in. I'll be fine. So, guys, I'm gonna leave the court here. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom for like 1 minute, and I'll be right back. So, we're gonna do the cross in a few moments. All right, I'm back. Did it start? I also had to get some snacks. Popcorn. Skinny pop. We got the popcorn. We got the drinks. We're ready. Sir, we're ready for the cross examination. Why is Robert Tellis not on the witness stand? Okay, we gotta wait. Hold on, I'm gonna open this. So mute. I know I'm gonna be super hyper today. I had 2 or 3 espressos in the morning, which I have every day. No problems there. But then I didn't go to the gym today, and then I had a Celsius, which is it will increase your metabolism and stuff. And I'm gonna have this, which is a Brazilian drink called Guarana, which is also another thing that gives you energy. I feel like after this, I'm gonna be jumping up and down. Apparently, they're not gonna get started anytime soon. Oh, let's I guess this is what I'll do. Let me put this as a live on another screen so we don't miss the time it starts. And then we're gonna go back to the beginning of his testimony yesterday while we wait, because that's what we were doing when we started today. So let me make this on another screen is live. So then the moment that they start, I can switch. Okay, and then I'm going to play this video here, which is the beginning of his testimony yesterday. How did it all start? How did he come off in the beginning?
It's a day I've been waiting for nearly 2 years. This thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. This thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. This thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. And again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now, I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And I've got a lot to share with you all. There's been a lot of testimony, and my concern is making sure that you hear what I think about all these things, and what would.
So his main concern is not to find justice for the victim. His main concern is not to clear his name. His main concern is for you to hear what he has to say about this whole thing. Get it?
The concerns that I have.
You have to hear the concerns that I have
With some of these things that have been brought up.
with some of these things that have been brought up. these things, you know. It's a distancing language, it's a minimization. And then after he says that, after he gets away with the sentence, he does a lip compression, closes the lips, and let me make this a little bigger.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so a lot of times he'll show a little bit of his I keep doing that, his bottom teeth, just like on this still image, which is a sign of anger, subconscious sign of anger. So when he talks about the accusations, this thing that he calls, right, that's happening to him, he does show the stress and then the anger.
So during my testimony, I'm going to be sharing opinions.
No, you're not,
I know
because they're going to object, and then you're going to say, well, I still want to say my opinions. No, we don't want to hear opinions. They're not relevant. We want to know your facts, sir.
that, folks like Zach Schilling and Mr. Mogg shared their opinions with you.
So I think those are the prosecutors, and he's going to repeat that a few times. So he's starting like already with this. What kind of demeanor is this, guys? Passive aggressive. This is passive aggressive. He wants to say these freaking prosecutors gave you guys their opinions about me. They're telling you guys that I'm a murderer. They have all these opinions about me, and now it's my turn to give my opinions because they did it. But he's saying like, well, I'm gonna give you guys my opinions, just like Mr. Da-da-da and Mr. Da-da-da gave their opinions, and then he's gonna say it's my right, which is not his right, because the attorneys are gonna object and it's gonna be sustained.
And these opinions were, almost, I guess you could say, argumentative in a sense, right? Basically.
So here we go with the attorney's terms, right? They're argumentative. The jury is like our peers, the people that are like our people. They want you to be approachable. They want you to be human. Don't, and then the bottom teeth again with the anger. We can feel that. Even if you don't understand anything about body language, when people speak to us after we are left of that interaction, we're left with a feeling. We're left with a feeling like the poll that we were talking about has. Do you believe him? No. Do you believe him? Maybe. That's the feeling we get. And all these subconscious micro expressions that happen in our face when we speak, they are absorbed by the other people's subconscious minds, the people who are listening to you. So when you make those facial expressions, even though he doesn't realize he's making them, people are feeling that.
Zach Schilling said, well, I'm an expert on shoes, and, I think that those shoes that the killer was wearing are the same ones that I've seen the Shays wearing all the time, right? So he's arguing that he's an expert and you should believe him. And I think the same goes for Mr. Mogg, right? So I think that when I share an opinion with you, someone might say it's argumentative. And when I say something, I guess I specifically mean the state.
Yeah, so again, passive aggressive. Some people, those people right there, might say it's argumentative again, okay, with the attorney terms. So he's saying an expert may come and say something about shoes, but then I'm going to give you guys my opinion. So he's trying to put himself on the same level as the experts. And he's trying to say that his opinions have equal weight. Whatever he thinks and whatever he's going to tell the jury has equal weight to what the experts are saying that the evidence showed. So the fact that there was a shoe expert, the fact that there was shoes found in his house, the fact that there was a video of the killer wearing the same shoes, this to him has the same weight as his opinions. So that's what he's trying to tell the jury now in a passive aggressive manner. So the first impression is not a good one.
But I think that when I share an opinion with you, that's my right. And it's your right to decide whether or not you agree with my opinion or not, whether you want to adopt my opinion or not. So I'm just hoping that, I'm not stopped from sharing with you.
So again, he's already anticipating because he understands a lot of things that he's going to want to try to admit, to testify about, or to even introduce is not going to be allowed under the rules of evidence. So he's going to say, I hope that I will be allowed to give you guys all my opinions. He's already anticipating that what he has to say is not appropriate. But he's putting himself in a position of the victim, right? Because that's what he's going to do over and over again.
What I have to say. And when I guess right off the bat, I'll share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gurman was murdered. And, you know, I had to see pictures of Mr. Gurman's body, you know, in preparation for the case. And
so again, let's make it about myself, okay? Let's make it about myself. I had to see the pictures of the body. Let's just start with this opinion of mine. I had to see the pictures of the body, and
it's obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified,
I just say it's ugly. It's interesting. His observations are very interesting. What he feels that is appropriate for him to say right off the bat is extremely interesting.
that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered.
Anger, worry and shock on the forehead, okay? But the forehead is as his baseline. His forehead says a lot.
Now, you know, I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. You know.
So the way that he was murdered speaks to, there's a lot of distancing languages. It's not direct language. It's not, this was awful. I saw the pictures. There's absolutely no way that I did that. I'm here to testify to you guys. I did not do this. It's not the distancing. The way that he was murdered speaks to someone in the world who has some specific training about this. Just as a reminder, we are monitoring the live court feed as soon as they return. I'm actually going to type this. We will play. We're going to watch the cross examination live. So again, let's keep going with the first impressions that Robert Tellis gave the jury.
The idea that Mr. Gurman's throat was slashed.
The idea that, okay, again, this is a distancing language, speaks to the someone or the idea that it's not direct language. He died in a horrible manner. I never killed anyone. I could never hurt anyone. I did not hurt him. There's no way I could have done something like this. But the way that he uses all these embellishing, distancing languages, it's almost like someone who minimizes or uses words softeners, right? For example, a lot of psychopaths, when they kill someone in awful manners, they will say, I didn't hurt, or they won't use I killed or I stabbed or I slashed, because they will soften the words for themselves to make themselves seem better than what they did.
And his heart was stabbed. You know, I think that's...
Again, his throat was slashed, the heart was stabbed. This is a 60-year-old victim, someone who was respectable, a reporter, someone who the community is hurting for. Is it really appropriate? Is it really an approachable method to start talking about the victim's wounds like this? Is it? I don't think so. I think that showing compassion and respect and reverence for the victim would have been a lot better for Robert Tellis here, right? Mr. Gurman died in an awful, unimaginable manner. You will have the opportunity to review the ME report, the testimony, all the records afterwards. And I was shocked and horrified. Even after our little misunderstanding, nobody deserves that, right? But his callous manner, detached manner, and cold manner of describing, in the first few minutes he has the opportunity to testify, his throat was lashed, his heart was stabbed. Very cold and detached.
I mean, I don't know if anybody could just do that.
Somebody did that. Somebody did that. So I don't know if anybody could just do that. Again, the language is extremely distancing and detached.
Right, without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise.
The training and expertise is something completely unnecessary. It seems rehearsed. It seems something that he thought about. Oh, if I say this, that might actually make sense to the jury. Because who's going to go to that, right? If you're accused of murdering someone, unfairly accused of murdering someone, you're going to be like horrified. You're not going to be like, okay, so this is how it happened. The throat was slashed, the heart was stabbed, so someone had to have some training. And if I point that out to the jury, they will see how I am so smart to bring that in. And there's no way I could have done it because guess what? I don't have that training. I was never in the classes about throat slashing. I never took that course. Therefore, I am not the killer. Mic drop.
I mean, and I'm personally not combat trained. And none of that. So it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, my God. So that's, I guess, one example of like the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you, frankly.
So I thought, oh my God. And that is one example of the type of opinion that I'll be sharing with you. So again, he doesn't speak directly. He doesn't speak in a verb of I did, I didn't do it, I am, I wasn't, I didn't. It's always a lot of embellishing and distancing words, kind of like a narrative, kind of like a script. I think the court is coming back. Let's see. Josh Yu says, shocked and horrified. Like Jennifer McCabe, I was horrified. When I saw the body, I was horrified. Why is this camera faster than that camera? Okay, here you go. That's the live court right now. You did not do a good job, Mr. Tellis. I have a popcorn for your cross. Nosferatu has no God. Not good, sir. I want to know why one feed is faster than the other. There you go.
Okay, the record reflects the hearing is taking place.
All right, guys, we're back. We're back on track.
Is there an issue?
Is there an issue? A lot of issues here.
Yes, there's a question as to what doors perhaps are open in reference to communications between Mr. Tellis and Roberta. There's been a production made. We've had certain communications produced. We need to go through those. I think there's going to be a dispute as to what the scope, what's to be turned over, what's not. If there's been a privilege that's been previously asserted or not, if there's been any waiver. I think that's something we're not going to get done until after lunch. We're going through
Okay,
them.
but can we start and then that issue can,
I would prefer to know we can just lay it out pretty easily. Mr. Tellis got up here and it wanted all of the team's messages admitted into evidence. So that would be our request. There has been a production that we have, that the defense has, of team's messages. We provided those messages. Sounds like the defense's concern is maybe there's another production of team's messages because, the long and the short of it is some of the team's messages contains information that I think Mr. Tellis finds fairly damaging. And so he wanted them in. We agreed, fine, let's let them in. And now there's an issue of, well, I don't necessarily, I don't know that those are all of the messages. So what we're trying to nail down is the information. They have these have been produced. I can see in our files, these have been produced. I don't exactly know what he is looking at. I know the nature of the emails, the nature of the team's messages that are the source of consternation for Mr. Tellis has nothing to do with an attorney-client privilege. It has nothing to do with, something that would be privileged to the public administration's office. just deals with something else. So,
What's the privilege?
Again, too, it could go into we need to see what the privilege was previously asserted or not. It's the state's argument, and I understand their argument. They're saying that Mr. Tellis, by his request, opened the door. As we addressed yesterday, Mr. Tellis is testifying in a narrative sense. We put the court on notice. The court had allowed that to occur.
Sure.
My concern is we would like to pull up on the jabs or otherwise what specific request he had made. There may have been a misunderstanding on the part of the state what it was that he was asking to have admitted. We want the break to go through that because it's the scope of what his request was. Obviously, it wasn't in response to a question or request that I had made. It was that made by Mr. Tellis. But again, I'd like to see that on the video, which we'll be able to address over the lunch break, because I think it's concerning a scope of the production.
Well, what do you think it was, Mr. Draskowitz? I mean, because it appeared to me as though, just a minute, it appeared to me as though he was requesting the witness that came and testified and talked about that production that was about to happen, I don't know, like the first part of September. I mean, that appeared to be what he was asking the state to put on a disc and produce.
Yeah. So what I was requesting to be produced is actually what was produced to me
Okay,
in support of what was going to produce to Mr. Gurman. And so,
Right.
any and all, messages of any personal nature in the review of the documents that I saw, and anything personal, like, talk about perhaps going to the mall or whatever, that was already removed by the time I viewed it. So when Mr. Hammer's coming here with these messages, that was pre-trimmed. So I believe he's going to say that, look, this is why Mr. Tejas decided he was going to be angry, but that's not true, because the version that I saw had already trimmed out all these personal messages. So it's misleading the jury about what Roberta
what's
testified
not
to.
being trimmed out? You
So
mean by the
basically,
county?
yeah, Clark County has a
Stop
policy
interrupting
where they
the
run it
judge.
through
Sorry, guys, for
various
screaming.
personnel, because their policy is to only produce business records,
Okay,
no matter what. There's, they do not allow for the production in public records requests for messages of anything of a personal nature. And so, again, I believe it's in bad faith that Mr. Hamner is trying to show the original production and not what I personally saw.
The defense
What I
attorney
saw
was like,
Had
here we go.
nothing that
Don't
referenced
say
the mall
things
or
like
anything
that.
like that. And, and if Ms. Kennett, Lee Kennett, had any such concern, she would have said the same thing. She would have said, well, yeah, I had a concern with this, but clearly she saw the same messages I did. We saw no concern because personal messages had already been stripped out. And now we're at
The
point where
defense
Mr.
attorney's
Hammer's
like,
trying
can
to
you shut
mislead
the
jury
F
about what
up,
I
please,
saw.
sir?
And obviously this predates this gentleman being charged. This predates, we're not talking about production.
Stop talking.
it's the
Of
Freedom of
discovery and
Information
criminal
Act
case.
request.
And this obviously predated this case. So we're talking about back when Mr. Tellis was at the public administrator's office,
Right.
what he was given, what he saw, and I think that goes to the very point. It's referring to what his knowledge was back in that time, and that's why we want to address the scope of what it is the state intends to produce.
Mr. Hammond?
our position is, we have these two messages. It's not about taking a walk. Look, we'll call it out for what it is. I mean, it is, they are romantic messages between those two,
Ha ha!
okay? I
Is
mean,
this in
that's-
front of the
that's
jury?
reality of it. That's what's in the team's messages. Well,
Wait.
I have team's messages here that contain that. They may be right. Maybe there is another version of this, but the team's message that we have, that we've produced to them, contain this information. Mr. Tellis got on the stand, and when he told his jury, he was like, oh, I looked at those team's messages. I'm like, I didn't have any issues with it. I'd like them all admitted. He did not put them together on a USB drive or anything, right? They did not come here and say, and here they are. They didn't produce them to us for us to review to see if there was any sort of discrepancy. I said, we have the team's messages, we can add them, and now they're reviewing. And that's fine, like if we want to get clarity on this, but clearly it changes the tenor of everything, right? And listen, if he looks at the jury and says, oh, I was totally fine with those messages, and let's say they missed them. What if they read them and they missed a couple of instances where they were telling each other how they felt about each other? You know what I mean? Like, then that's a misstep on his part. Now, listen, if it wasn't produced and there's some county law that's out there that doesn't allow that, but if we think about what the FOIA request, which we actually have here from Mr. Gammon, which has been admitted, which was, we want all teams messages to tell us, and all of his articles when raising her has to do with the inappropriate affair. It seems to me that absent, some attorney-client or some applicable privilege, it is beyond me how that would somehow be pulled out.
And again,
Didn't the request ask for communication?
All
between those two?
communications, he wanted personal text messages, he wanted Teams messages, he wanted emails, and he said from January of 2022 till this request is filled. And these messages appear in February and March and roughly around there. I don't know it all off the top of my head. I mean, I have excerpts of them. I have a paper version of excerpts of them as well, if the court would like to look at it. But I don't have any objection with trying to get to the bottom of, did DA Civil really claw back, the romantic messages? I don't have an issue with doing that, but we need time, and I don't want my cross to start without this clarity.
and again, as to the scope, there was testimony, and I would submit that his testimony, his narrative testimony and that of Lee Kennett was similar in that in August of 2022, there wasn't an issue. Apparently both he had seen what was going to be turned over to Mr. Gehrman, and she did too, and there were no concerns. So my concern is what the state is attempting to present to the jury is outside of the scope of what my client's knowledge was at that point in time.
They both saw what was gonna be produced?
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is this. This guy got on the stand and said, I want every team's message admitted, but I haven't really compiled it. State, little help, here's the team's messages that we have. And now they have a problem with them. And again, I reiterate, I am okay with taking the time to try to delve in to see.
Okay, but how much? I mean, 30 minutes? We can
How
wait
much
till 1
time,
o'clock?
guys? Let's
I mean,
not postpone this.
I don't know if it lasts that long. I mean, my thought would be, can we take a lunch break? Because if it
Right,
takes
that's what
long,
I'm saying, it's 12:30?
Yeah.
Just take 30 more minutes till 1
Come
o'clock.
on, we just got back from the
that's
break.
fine, yeah, you're right.
This is
1:15?
so
Sure.
typical.
Okay, 1:15. All right, we'll see you guys at 1:15 then. But we got lunch in already, so we'll just have the jury now.
What do we got for lunch? Well, it's 3:30 here in Florida, so we're not going to be taking a lunch break. We're going to go back to the testimony from yesterday because that was not done yet. So with that being said, that was a bummer, right? It was like, let's go to cross. Not really, because we have all this stuff that we're not sure what is the scope going to be. We're not sure how much of it we can introduce. And the prosecution wants to make sure they can get this guy on everything they possibly can, understandably so. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the live version here on the other screen so that if they come back, even though, you know what, they're going to come back at 4 o'clock here in Florida. So we know 30 minutes. And we're going to go back to yesterday and his testimony in the beginning. So we're going to finish this little video we were doing. And then I'll go back to the YouTube version.
Been kind of a nightmare, frankly.
No, we
And when I say something, I guess I specifically mean the state. But I think that when I share an opinion with you, that's my right. And it's your right to
Now
decide
you're
whether or
right.
not
We'll
you
start
agree with
here
my
and
opinion
then
or
we'll
not,
keep
whether you
going
want to
from
adopt my
where we're
opinion or not. So I'm just hoping that, I'm not stopped from sharing with you what I have to say. And when I guess right off the bat, I'll share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gehrman was murdered. And, I had to see pictures of Mr. Gehrman's body, in preparation for the case. And it's obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gehrman was murdered. Now,
Hold on, let me pause because I'm going to go ahead and put the live, not the live, I'm sorry, the YouTube version, because this is just a clip I had made before to show the first impressions. Kowalski saying, and they're going to do all of that in 30 minutes. I guess nobody eats in court. Nobody's going to eat. I mean, food is very important, people, and the attorneys are not going to be eating because they're going to be looking at these text messages and the scope. And apparently this guy did have an affair with some people there. he's married and had an affair. I mean, I can't even get a date. I don't know what's going on in this world, but that is besides the point. Let's go over here and share the screen from yesterday's testimony, guys. So if you're just tuning in, we are watching the court live. The court is on a break. They're going to come back in 30 minutes. We're going to pick up from this, which is from yesterday's testimony when he started. Let me see where he's at here.
Some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in. I'm personally not combat trained.
Okay, this is where we were at when he's talking about the manner that Mr. Gurman died is, he didn't say it was awful. He just said his throat was slashed, his heart was stabbed, which is very cold and callous language. And he's going to say, I believe that somebody needs to be trained for that. And I personally am not. Therefore, I'm not the killer. Okay, so this is pretty much where we picked up. And we're going to continue going on his testimony from yesterday. Maybe I'll make it a little faster to see if we can get through some of it. And here we go. Oh, no. Look at that. Look at what I did. Let's go back.
So we came into the picture, got out of the picture, family stepped in.
No. No.
You know, we had meetings, he and I said, you know,
No.
what we do is to sell houses.
No.
And so, again, this spreadsheet, from my probate work into how I share an opinion with you. The medical
As far as the exhibits go,
The panel?
share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how this is ugly, but
Here you go.
when the medical examiner testified,
Apologize for that.
that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered. Now, you know, I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. You know, the idea that Mr. Gurman's throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. You know, I think that's, I mean, I don't know if anybody could just do that, right, without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise. So, I mean, and I'm personally not combat trained. I've, you know, none of that. So I just, it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, you know, my God, you know, so that's, I guess, one example of like the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you. And I want to also provide relevant facts, the truth, and, you know, things that I think are going to tend to disprove a lot of what has been said. And also when it comes to some of the witnesses, some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in are going to kind of go to, you know, whether or not they're being truthful. So again, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those documents into. I guess we'll see how that goes as well. First, I want to kind of go into my background a little bit. So out of high school, I got a job at a small computer store and, you know, building computers, that type of thing. And then I got an opportunity to work in IT, right? Information technology, working as a network technician.
We know what
without
IT
Comcast,
is, sir.
Kirk,
Thanks.
And from there, I ended up going into property management. And, you know, I enjoyed that. I became a leasing agent, then an assistant manager, then a manager.
Nobody
then I
cares.
took a strange turn and got into maintenance, you know, fixing stuff inside apartments, that type of thing. And from there, started to get involved in air conditioners. So then I became an HVAC technician, an air conditioning technician. And it was all,
We know what
you self-taught.
HVAC is, sir.
I took a course for the EPA certification, which is, you know, the license that you're required in order to handle like refrigerant, like Freon, those types of things. But you know, I kind of learned like the basics of air conditioning on my own.
That's right, Josh.
And the reason I say it is,
I have
you know,
not been trained on how to use a
going
knife
along,
either.
it's like
No
I've
one can ever
kind of developed
suspect
this
me of a
analytical
stabbing. Exactly.
right?
We didn't take a
so
course, so
that led to me
therefore,
becoming an attorney.
we don't know
And
how to
so
use a
then that even
knife.
built more on that analytical mind, where I
And
think
where are
about,
these
you know,
courses
all
offered, by the
all
way?
things like,
The
all the
slash
things
a
wrong with
throat,
this case.
stab a heart course.
And you add to on top of that the fact that I've been sitting in a cell for close to 2 years, so I've had a lot of time to think about a lot of these issues. So again, I think I'm going to point out some strange things about this case. But anyway, going back to you know, my background. So
I think I'm going
became
to
an
point
HVAC
out some
technician.
strange things about this case. Like, stop saying that and just point them out. Point out the facts to us, please, sir. You're not making much sense yet.
You're working at the College of Southern Nevada. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to name check I was going to say local community college. Sorry, I'm very nervous.
Oh, I didn't mean to name drop.
Managing a team, and I was doing that by day, and I went to law school at night. They have a part-time program at Boyd School, or they did then anyway. I don't know if they still have it, but I went through law school at night, but before I got into law school, I met my wife online, and we started dating. I got into law school. We got married. We had our daughter together. So by this point, I had a stepson. I had my daughter from a previous marriage, and my wife and I had our daughter together. When I got out of law school, I opened my own probate firm, my own law firm, and I focused on probate law. Now, you heard this term earlier from Detective Jappy, probate, and also, of course, a couple of other witnesses. And, I do have a correction for, I guess, the way that Detective Jappy characterized probate law, but I'll get into that as we discuss further Compass Realty. So I want to go from here, from my probate work, into how I became the public administrator. I was, again, a probate attorney.
But he does
working
have a
cases for
correction
families,
later, okay?
And
Yeah,
John
please.
Cahill, the public administrator at the
Cool
time,
us.
he saw me in court, and saw that I was kind of a new face, and so he started giving me a couple of cases in there. He worked with various attorneys throughout town. So I started doing some work for him, and I can't remember exactly how long I've been working for him. At least a few months, maybe 6 months. But I was part of this volunteer group. We had these weekly meetings where we bring people in to speak, right? And the group was very interested in learning about things happening in Vegas. Right, so I thought, well, gosh, getting the Clark County Public Administrator in to speak would be really great, because nobody knows what this guy does. When you hear the title Clark County Public Administrator, a lot of people think that we're talking about the guy who runs the whole county or something, right? I mean, that's oftentimes when I was in the office, I had these emails from people telling me to fix this on that side of town, or this, that, whatever issue, right? So it's the public administrator, it's the probate administrator for the county. And again, it's basically the office that safeguards property until family can step in. Because again, when the coroner got there, the coroner couldn't find the family. So it's our job to do the safeguarding. And if for some reason the family can't or does not want to do the administration, our office takes over and does that administration. So, I got in there, hit the ground running, we're working. I find out at a certain point, as I'm going to court, that there's a situation with some of these private administrators. Now, a private administrator is, when we talk about them, is anybody who is handling administrations, or like, I'd say private corporate administrators, because any family member could be a private administrator, right? The probate commissioner, who is basically an appointee of the probate judges, he had these concerns with some of these folks, right? And I was in a hearing one day where he asked me to take a look at a case, and the attorney for one of these guys, or one of these firms, was there, and we were talking, and he told me that that his client had been doing these things for so much time, and that the prior public administrator didn't have a concern with it. And then I asked him, well, where are the this is the first I'm hearing about this. He said, well, we've been mailing your office notices every time that we come to court.
I'm going to pause here to make a comment real quick. So this narrative, right, seems to be a very natural thing for him to be talking about. This is something that he's used to talking about. Is his job. He doesn't have a lot of, Joshing was like, objection, relevance. Exactly. He doesn't have a problem being direct here. Notice his verb usage, right? He's like, he didn't do this. This is not how it happened, blah, blah, blah. He's being direct. When he starts talking about the murder, he's going to use a lot of distancing language. Someone may have done, someone would have to have certain type of qualifications to do that. I never had qualifications there. Like, it's just the difference between when he's comfortable about a subject, he's talking about his job here, versus when he's not comfortable, when he's talking about the murder, which is a red flag for me.
And so just FYI, the fact that these folks were required to send me notices was ordered by the probate commissioner, because he was very troubled by what he saw going on with this firm. And so I told him, no, I've been at this for maybe 7-8 months, and this is the first time hearing of it. He said, oh, no, I promise we're sending you every notice. So I get to the office, and I find out that, at the direction of the prior public administrator, the office had been throwing away all of those documents. And they just basically continued on with that process of just throwing the documents away. And I
Okay.
told my staff, we're not doing that anymore. I need to look at these. I need to see why the probate commissioner was so concerned. So I did an analysis, and I found that there were some troubling concerns. I created a spreadsheet.
Troubling concerns. If there's a trouble, it's already a concern. So you don't have to use troubling concerns together. And notice how it's just, the narrative doesn't work for him. He doesn't have a flow, a way of explaining something which is captivating and interesting to the audience. He explains things like, then I got to the office and I told my staff, we're not doing that anymore. So people lose him. Like, we don't know what you're talking about, sir. What is this? Was there an issue? Like, you started working for the probate department, and then you found some issues that could be potentially fraud. You started to investigate them. Therefore, you uncovered this real estate company that was flipping properties. Just be more specific. You know what I mean? Be more direct. Don't be like, with all this fluff. I arrived there and then I went to the court and then he saw me and then there was some papers and then I started to investigate the papers. It's just very vague, very just not engaging to the people who are listening to him. Josh and you, whoever is on the other side and letting this idiot to just keep talking shows an experience. I actually don't agree 100% because I think the defense attorney could have had many discussions with him, and because of his ego he insisted to do it like this, and the attorney was like, you know what, whatever, I'm not going to get into an argument with you over and over. He may have tried to convince him otherwise, because the attorney's faces, his attorney, the defense attorney, is annoyed a lot of times when he starts talking. He's just like, he really looks like he just is like, all right, I give up, whatever, you do whatever you want, you fool. Because he's treating his attorney like a secretary, right? Can you do this, sir? Sir, show this page. No, so show it in 10 seconds. Show another 10 seconds. And the attorney's like, I'm a qualified defense attorney. And if you're going to treat me like that, you go ahead and you do your own defense. So I don't know. It is very sad to watch somebody dig a hole like this and have zero awareness of it. Where's the play button? Right here.
And, I guess at this point, I want to see if I could share X2.
I don't have the name because it's coded with the numbers.
Or if you need me to build any foundation, I can do that.
Just approach on this.
So he's going to start, during these objections here in the beginning of his testimony yesterday, to continue talking, to interrupt the judge, and it just doesn't come off well, right? And the fact that he keeps using attorney terms like, I have to introduce a foundation, I can do that. Maybe they're going to say I'm argumentative. Let's see how that's going to go to the jury. It's like, the jury, they're not your friends. They're not here like on your side. You know what I mean? They're trying to find the truth.
So then,
Very soon, you're gonna place a foundation.
yeah, of course, absolutely, Your Honor. And again, this goes to the theory of my case, right?
Okay.
Somebody framed me for this, and I believe that it's Compass Realty, and I believe that it's for the work that I've done against them. And this document here shows the start of the work that I began against them. You're going to hear much more about the things that I did and the things that they did. And so, again, this spreadsheet, I think really, it's the beginning. And so I'd ask if I could please.
He's just so interested in this, right? He thinks he has a gold mine here. He thinks he has like the best the most interesting thing in the world, and he doesn't. It could be very interesting for him because he investigated this, but the jury is like, sir, you're here on trial for murder. Tell us why you didn't do it, please. Can you please just tell us this? You didn't do it. How did you not do this? And he's gonna go like, well, we have these papers, we have the spreadsheets, and then we have all this. And well, obviously you can see here that this is, absolutely proof that I didn't kill him. It's not as interesting as you think it is, Robert.
Have it admitted.
X2 is being proposed. Is there any further objection?
Stand by my prior argument.
It's admitted.
So when you view this exhibit, or X2, you'll see that there's a spreadsheet attached to it.
Oh,
And
okay, thanks.
I just want to go over a few of the cases with you. And well, generally, first I'll tell you.
Make it
that,
fast.
Again, it was about 60 cases.
Oh no, we're gonna go over 60 cases?
Let's see here. And there was about 60 cases. There's about a $6 million difference
Whoa.
between, and this is total, this is not each, but obviously.
No, not
Those
obviously.
cases,
We
there's
don't
about
know.
a $6 million total between the time that the estate sold the property to the time that the person who purchased it sold it to another person.
Okay.
Right? And so that's quite a bit of money for that. I'll say that originally the estates in total sold the properties for $8.5 million. And later the people who sold it after, they sold it for about $14.5 million.
How long after?
Right. So when you're talking about 8.5 million and then making 6 million, I mean, it's nearly double, right? From one sale to the next sale.
Okay, how long after?
And if you
We
look at some of
understand.
the homes on here, you'll see, for example, there's this one, Prince, Bobby. So the deceased's name is Bobby Prince. The estate sold the home on December 31st of 2018 for $232,000. And the next sale was done the same day. So the person who bought it resold it the same day for $50,000 more.
Okay, that's fraud.
Administrators have a fiduciary duty to get the maximum value that they can for the estate. When I see a situation, and again, this is the most extreme one. I mean, I'm not saying that all of them are like this, but all of them are. There's a significant
Just be
difference between
direct.
the one price and the other price. But this is just the most extreme one. Is for someone to be able to resell a property the same day for $50,000 more, it's just not right. So, and again, you'll see that. Again, anywhere from 30 to.
The word fillers, okay? It's not good to have all these word fillers, and this is just the way he speaks, and that's what I mean by speech pattern, and that's what I mean by likability and charisma and how you come off to somebody. So again, like so again, to him it all makes sense. He thinks he has a gold mine, but again, you're trying to portray this information in a convincing manner. So wouldn't it be better for you to just say, I'm in the probate department. I found out this real estate company was flipping properties, was taking money from the probate states, and they were just making all the profits instead of giving it to the families. The families who lost their family members or however that works. We found the discrepancies. We had properties that were sold for $50,000 more on the same day. And just end there. Don't continue. Well, and so like with the inference, I think is the word, of, so you guys see, right? So you see, right? We see what I'm showing you here. Kowalski, the jury had to sit through almost 2 days of this guy. They may need therapy. He's so boring. It's true. He's so boring. Yesterday when I was like, I had it on my background and all the pauses as well, because they have to go to the sidebar. I'm like, wow. I was trying to figure out, what are you saying? And that is not a good thing. Joshing you, this guy is the epitome of why court is boring. Yes, that's why we need commentators. We need stuff. We need your chat. We need comments. We need smiley faces. We need all kinds of things to help us get through court sometimes. Sometimes it's fiery and interesting. And the prosecutor, I actually really like him, the guy that has the eyes of the Simpsons. And I think he's a good attorney, even though I'm not a fan of prosecutors usually. I like him. I think he's on point, and I'm excited for Cross. It should be in about 7 minutes, guys. We're almost there at Cross. So let's see what this wonderful person that has graced us with his presence, that we're here for him, right? He said, "Thank you for coming to the jury. Thank you for coming here for me." Let's see the wonderful evidence that he has to show us he didn't murder Mr.
It's
Gervin.
50% between the two sales.
Yeah,
when you
we
review
can
this
do we
exhibit.
can math sometimes.
And so it's floored me, right, to see that this is going on.
It was horrifying.
Immediately,
Horrifying.
all I knew was that there was something funny going on here.
Who's
And
this
what
guy?
troubled me too is that the prior public administrator said, "I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to do anything about it. Throw him in
He's
the trash."
squinting his eyes like, mm-hmm.
And I think that disturbs me because that's really the role of the Clark County Public Administrator, right? I think Thomas Realty's made this argument that, oh, that's not the jurisdiction of the public administrator. But if you think about it, whether we are trying to secure property so someone can't jump through the window and steal everything in the house, or we're trying to stop somebody from stealing equity, I believe it's the same thing.
Okay.
And so that's, I absolutely disagree with John Cahill. So we've got a duty to protect these estates.
Okay.
And whether it's, again, stopping criminals from getting into the houses and stealing stuff, or unscrupulous real estate agents from trying to work the system. So I started to object to all of these petitions. And as I told you before, it was the probate commissioner who told me, look, I need to start looking at this. This doesn't seem right. And I asked him, I said, well, why can't you stop these? Not that I was saying, like, I don't want to do it, but out of curiosity, why can't you? And he told me that the law, and so I'll tell you right now, sorry, just going backwards.
See all the fillers.
So I
Just
think
be
now is a good time to
direct.
talk about
Give
this
us the
independent
information,
administration.
sir.
So independent administration is not a generally used form of probate. It's rarely used. What independent administration allows somebody to do is to sell houses without going through the regular court process. You basically circumvent the whole process. And so the reason that I didn't, really look into it is I never had a need to use it. Because normally during the probate process,
Josh, you
when
said
somebody's
so
selling
your
a house,
defense is
you've
you
got to
were
ask the court for
protecting
permission.
probate states
you give everybody
when you
notice.
murdered the guy, right?
And you allow, when you do this, for the estate to get the best value. Because what happens is all of these folks out there who are interested in buying and flipping properties, whatever, they scour all of these listings. So
Right.
if you ever go to probate court on a Friday, you'll see that their real estate.
Yeah,
investors
people want to
just
make
all over the
money.
place, right?
Capitalism and all.
So by publishing it, you ensure that you're going to get the best value possible.
Right.
These people are
So
watching
have
and
like
they say,
a
oh, you
big-
know what? Maybe
big
there's an extra 20 grand I can squeeze out of that. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to go after it,
Of course.
right? And so like I said, it's good for the families. So, and it's transparent.
Yeah.
So when somebody uses this Independent Administration Act,
Hmm.
and they're a corporate probate administrator, that's concerning. Because basically what they're trying to say is, well, I want to sell this property out of this estate, but I don't want it to go through the regular process. I want to be able to sell it to this guy.
But is that against
at
the
this
law?
price, and that's it. And when they would use this type of law, the law says that if nobody objects,
Mm-hmm.
then the probate commissioner has to grant.
Okay, so it's not against the law. Then what
So
did you
his
do?
hands were tied.
You objected, and
So
then they
one
didn't
of the
like
things I did
it.
do
So
later
then
was
you
actually
murdered the
went to
guy,
the
and then they
legislature.
covered what?
and raised my concerns. And, there are folks in the legislature that agreed. And so we were able to change the laws so that I had greater watchdog capabilities in these situations,
Watchdog.
Which I think
Watch
only-
out.
made this situation more dire for certain folks. And again, I'll get further into that.
Don't
But so,
get further into it, please.
I
Just
began
keep
to
going.
go ahead and file objections to these petitions. And the probate commissioner pretty much granted my objections just about every time. Because
Pretty much.
in the regular
Just
law,
about.
again, not independent administration, just generally, the public administrator has higher priority than all other people, except for family, right? And we would never step in the way of family. Family
Sure.
wants to handle the estate, great. If we're in the middle of getting ready to handle a probate estate, and I'm sorry,
What a life.
I know I'm talking as though I'm still there, but I think for the purposes of what I'm sharing with you, I'm just going to continue to do that.
Okay, you continue to do
we
whatever
would
you want,
say, okay, you know
sir.
what?
We still
Great,
think you're
maybe we have this fee or that fee that you got to pay.
suspicious AF.
Could be a couple $100, but we don't want to, we're not here to take away anything from you. Happy to transfer it, right? And we got to, per the county's codes, or we've got to charge the fee, right? It's not something we just say, well, we're going to waive it and you can go. But like I said, it was never any like real burden to pay the $150 to take over, especially when they're done liquidating their
Josh News says this is why the prosecutor should be objecting. He's just muddying the water. Well, but for the prosecutor, it's good that he is just digging a hole, right? Like he's just sounding confusing and all over the place and just focusing too much on this real estate investigation that he was doing it. Exactly, unless this is his strategy, train the jury to tune him out. Yeah, exactly. Because I'm like, okay, whatever, who cares? Like, you could have said all of that in 10 seconds, sir.
You're looking at thousands of dollars in the family's pocket, but again, it's their money, right? But when it came to again third party
He did a
administrators,
little one shoulder shrug here. It's their money, which is kind of like a deceptive move, or the brain's not really believing what you're saying here. It's their money. Because when we have a doubt or something, we'll go both shoulders up. So when you do one shoulder, it's very it's a lot of work for the brain to just do one because it's inconsistent with the norms. Wait, I think Whisper's barking somewhere. Maybe. But again, his body language here is comfortable. He's confident about what he's talking about. I don't know if it's because he rehearsed it many times. I don't know if it's because all the investigation he's referring to as far as the probate goes is true. I don't know what it is. He's definitely confident about telling the jury all about this. Sometimes he uses direct language. Yes, he does go all over the place. He repeats himself. He goes from topic to topic. But when he says, he did this, or I went and I talked to him, I told my staff this, he's using direct language, as opposed to when he's talking about the crime, he uses a lot of filler and distancing and kind of like I'm narrating a story about someone else, right? Someone would have to be trained to have done something like this. So let's keep going with this fantastic, such entertaining testimony.
if I saw that there was something strange going on, I stepped in. Now, if there's a third-party administrator who was when I reviewed the petition, appeared to be above board, wasn't doing anything fishy, I didn't get involved.
All right, you're
Right?
like
If they're
a
utilizing
hero
the
of the
process,
city.
They
Got
they
it.
weren't again trying to hide anything, then great. More power to you. But the one company that was doing this over and over again, more than anybody else, was Compass Realty, and they were doing it through Thomas More. And so
Apparently, court's going
anytime
to
one
take
of
another
Thomas Moore's
15
petitions
minutes,
came
guys.
the probate commissioner said, you've got to give it to the public administrator's office. And I think that's where that whole thing started way back, right? So as they were, as I was going at this and filing objections, they started to fight back in various ways. First, they started to threaten to sue me.
Okay.
They said, well, you're messing with our business, right? And I wasn't afraid of them because,
Just say they threatened to sue me. I wasn't afraid of that. It's irrelevant. It's boring.
what they were doing was not right.
Nobody cares. Yes, you are a hero. You have told us repeatedly. And the fact that you keep having to tell us that steers away from any type of belief that you are a hero. Because when you're a hero, you just say, I was in this position. I started investigating this company. They threatened to sue me. There you go. We get that you're a hero. But when you have to keep telling us, it's kind of like, no, whatever, red flag.
They started making complaints to my assistant county manager or, county management, trying to get my assistant county manager to stop me. And, we had meetings, he and I said, this is not okay. I'm not going to.
Ain't nobody going to stop me.
So despite their complaints over and over again in the county, my county manager said, I can't do anything. He's the guy in charge. Sorry. Then he started filing these false claims about me in court pleadings, saying that, I was trying to steal their business, that I was trying to steal it for myself.
Okay.
Now, at the time I was a salaried employee. Like some
I'm
of
going
the
to make it a little
counties,
faster,
they had a
guys.
setup
Otherwise,
where
I'm going to
the
fall
public
asleep.
administrators,
1.5.
all they earn is a commission based on the estates they put through the process. Okay, but not so with Clark County. With Clark County, you get a paycheck and that's it. So I never received a commission off of any of the states that we administered, ever. So to say that, I was trying to do this to get something out of it was just false. Just trying to sling mud to see if they could scare me off or do it. I don't know. Then in early 2022, about March 2022, I approached Steve Wilson. Now, he and I and other elected department heads, we would have regular meetings and we would coordinate. And, elections were around the corner. So we started talking about, what ideas do you have? What ideas do you have? That type of thing, right? And during one of our meetings, I mentioned that I had this concern with this company. About a year before, I raised the issue with the Attorney General's office, and apparently they didn't see where the wrong was. But the weird thing about that was that
Oh, so wait, the attorney's
they-
office apparently didn't see the issue that I was bringing in.
less than a month for the investigation. And so I don't know if the Attorney General thought, well, we don't get it, we don't see how this is crime or what. But I think about a month later, Thomas Realty had a letter in hand saying that they didn't see any wrongdoing.
Okay, great. So give up. Let it go.
To me, that was just
Is this your only job? Why are you obsessed with this real estate company?
And again, I will get into why this is not just about mail. I think Detective Jackie said, "Oh, this is about mailings." No, it's way worse than that, in my opinion.
It's way worse than that. And then he does the teeth again, the bottom teeth. No, the bottom teeth. I can't do it. I say bottom and I showed it up. Okay, the bottom teeth. He shows the anger. So he does have a lot of anger regarding this real estate company. Look at his face here. Nice little. Oh wait, you can't see because I have the screen. Look at his face. Contempt. One side of the mouth is up, the other side of the mouth is normal. Contempt.
So I told Mr. Wolfson about the situation. And you've got these guys who are again from one sale to the next. I mean, we're looking at anywhere again close to the 50%. He's like, oh yeah, okay. And I asked him, can you do an investigation? He said, well, that's not our department. I mean, we don't do investigations. Because I thought, well, the AG does investigations. Maybe the DA does too. He said, no, we don't do that. But I know someone who can help you. There's this guy I know in public correction, Bear Jet, and I'll put you in touch with him. Mr. Jeppy, I don't know if it was a day or two later, calls me. We discuss the case on the phone. We set up a meeting. I go down there with a package with all of my materials. And I actually included a
hang in there, Kowalski. We're almost. It's almost time for the cross. 10 minutes.
And so, I'd like to share J1. There's a letter to Detective Jackie.
Okay, go ahead and share. I like to share. Oh, it's so off-putting. And then he looks at the attorney, and he looks at the judge, and he looks at the attorney, and he looks at the judge, and then he's gonna continue talking, or maybe not yet. Let's just see how this one goes. I just want to fast forward the whole time. That's all I want to do. Fast forward him. Thankfully, we can, right? Because we are replaying this. Imagine if we were the jury, I had to watch him.
J1 has been admitted.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
And so one of the things that I noted in this letter, and again, it's a 4-page letter, like I said, getting
What letter? What are you talking
into detail
about?
about what had been going on and what. Yeah, I guess you'll see it. But one of the
I guess
issues
you'll
I
see
noted
it.
was this estate of James Clark, and I noted that in this case we found that Thomas Moore had removed everything from the kitchen before any sale of the home. Removing the kitchen, and of course this also involved the flooring, but it didn't say that here, but removing the kitchen before the sale would devalue the property in a way that would allow Moore to get a lower appraisal value before making the sale.
Okay.
There are photos that we took on 5/1/2019 showing that the kitchen was in place at the time that the decedent died. So what had happened was that
What
we
had
took over
happened
because family wasn't
was
found. Family came in, they took over, but apparently something happened where they couldn't administer it. In the meantime, Thomas Moore stepped in. So we came into the picture, got out of the picture, family stepped in, then Thomas Moore stepped in. Because I think a notice of default was filed with the recorder's office because the mortgage had gone into arrears. And so maybe I'll explain that just a little bit. So when somebody dies, oftentimes the way that these private administrators get word, I mean, and I think these guys have a different method, but one of the ways that they typically do is they watch for these public notices that the homes have gone into default because the mortgages have lapsed. Like somebody stopped paying the mortgage, right? And so now at this point, the mortgage company is getting ready to do a foreclosure, right? So they do this. Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. They do this notice of intent to default, right? And this is the signal to some of these folks. Okay, well, I should go check this out and see why this is a default. Maybe I'll go knock on the door and see if anybody's home. Look through the window, see if if it looks like it's lived in. And they might do more research and try to find out who it was that was there and whether they died or not, right? So then, based on that, they'll file a petition in court to take over, to get this administration, so they could sell the real property.
okay.
So when they had taken control of this property, from that point to the point that family notified us again that this estate had been taken from them, we stepped in. I filed an objection. We got into the house and found out that Thomas Moore had ripped out the flooring in the kitchen before a sale that he was preparing for. And so that was in this first note to Detective Jackie. Earlier, this was March 6th of 2022, that I raised that particular concern with Detective Jackie. So about 2 weeks later, Detective Jappy told me, hey, you know what? Excuse me. Well, I learned from Detective Jappy that they discovered that Compass Realty or Thomas More, they were not reporting on
Okay,
their.
I'm gonna pause. Pop quiz, everybody. What did Robert tell us in the first few minutes of his testimony here from yesterday? What were the key points that you got from his testimony that we have heard so far? Does anybody know? Who is doing what to him? How is his, what does this have to do with the murder? Do you guys, what did you retain? What did your brain retain from what we have been watching so far? Because just sounds like somebody is talking and talking and talking, not saying much. We're almost at cross-examination, about 5 minutes away, and I can't wait for the Simpson prosecutor to crush Robert Teller's arrogant demeanor. Let's keep going.
On the closing documents for like the estates.
Josh, you said
Any
I
personal
tuned
property.
out. I
So when
toned
somebody
out,
dies and they have a house,
sorry.
you've got
That's
stuff in the
why I
house,
did the
right?
pop quiz. To wake
Given that
everybody
Vegas
up.
is a commuter city, most people have a car.
Oh,
right? At
wait,
least one.
that's just me on the screen.
So,
That's not good.
You know, for someone to die with a house, but zero property of any value inside the house or any car, Detective Jappy thought that was really odd. Like, you know, there's something wrong here.
Okay.
So we're going to, it is my understanding that they were going to go ahead and do stakeouts. I don't know if this is supposed to be with a, like some type of static car that like just sits there empty with a video camera, but
So
basically.
wait, aren't you the one
my understanding is they were
complaining
going to do
they did a
observations.
stakeout on you, and now you're doing a stakeout on the what? The real estate company? Look at the finger on the face there.
On some of these homes when they still had property inside them, vehicles in front of them, and see what exactly happened with all that stuff. Because again, you know, if you've got a house that's worth $500,000, you should probably have like property inside the house that's kind of like commensurate with that, right? Like, you know, you might have like $5,000, $10,000 worth of property that can be sold. For the public administrator's office, oftentimes there was personal property to be sold, recovered and sold.
So what is
in a
the
park,
lesson on all this,
right?
guys?
I mean, people,
Please make
there's
a
very, very
will.
often stuff
Even
that's
though
worth-
it's kind of annoying, I'm working on one. I went to this website. I thought it was very helpful. I'm not gonna say the name because they're not sponsoring me or anything. I'm just kidding. I think it was like will.com or whatever. I have to go back and finish. But I find it very easy, like to use it. You know, they just ask you, like, do you have kids? Do you have this? Do you have that? What about your pets, kids? What do you want to do with this? What do you want to do with that? And I was not aware that you could make boring come faster. You could do 1.75 boring, you could do 2 times boring, you could do all kinds of speed of boring, but it's still at the end of the day boring. So that is what we get. The lesson we get is that we need to make sure that we have our affairs in order. Otherwise, imagine this dude having to come into your house and determine what is going to happen to your property, right? What's going to happen to your pet? I mean, whisper. My biggest possession is my dog, and he is going to a lovely home if, you know, God forbid the day comes, when the day comes that I'm no longer here. So it's annoying. It's like that thing that you put on your to-do list and you want to put it off, but you know, we gotta do what you gotta do. So take a step today. And this sounds like an advertisement, but I'm just serious. Like, I have to go into the website and finish my will and letters, whatever I want to leave behind. But otherwise, Robert Tellis, somebody like this, is going to be handling it. And I don't know if I trust him very much.
worth, you know, at least $3,000-$4,000. And
See, Kowalski, I
the public
definitely do
administrator's
a
duty,
will.
whether you're the public
Let me
administrator
see
or
what
private
website
administrator,
I use.
to ensure that those items are sold and the benefit is provided to the estate, right? So when, you know, these guys have done hundreds of estates and no personal property has been reported.
I still gotta
and
go
no
get it
vehicles have been
notarized
reported.
and all, but I found it very
It
easy.
seemed that was a concern for Mr. Jappy. But after that, I really didn't hear much more. And I understand that he said that he and I were buddies and we talked often, but that wasn't the case. That was kind of strange. We, you know, I never considered him like a friend per se. Not that I'm, you know, trying to say about that, but
you are
during the-
saying it.
that we were good friends,
Not that I'm trying to
I couldn't
say,
understand how
but
you
you are
characterize it that
saying
way.
it.
I guess when he was claiming that we'll get to the ambulance situation later.
Just get to it now. Stop talking then if you're not going to get to it. This is like that person that says, I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. Or texting you, I need to talk to you. Or they text you saying, I called you, left you a voicemail, and the voicemail says, I sent you an email. Just tell me what it is. Otherwise, I have anxiety. That's so annoying.
So he said, again, we're going to do these things, and then we're going to do title research,
Title
and
search.
still, I didn't hear anything about the concerns with the James Clark situation, or even the Reg Abdul situation. And then I'll get into that situation here in a little bit.
Yes,
you know,
Josh, I have
that
to
same
do
month,
that. That's what I
Rita
have to do. After I'm done, I have to go and get it notarized.
She filed for the position, and also a
And
Compass Realty realtor filed to run for the position as well.
Have witnesses and
So
stuff.
again, to this point, Compass Realty seems like doing everything they could to try to stop me.
This torture
Even
should be
running one of
done
their
in
own
2
employees
minutes,
to
guys, if court
try to
comes back.
take the seat from me.
He looks more like a mortician
it
than a
was
lawyer.
in
Yes.
the end
Or
of
a dead
April.
person.
And I'd like to, well, at the end of April,
I didn't say that. It was
I
the
guess,
the
I'm
audio
not sure how the
from
conversation went or
outside.
how this interaction went between Rita Reed and one of the folks from Compass Realty, but Rita Reed, for her campaign, received $10,000. $10,000 from, $5,000 from Adam Fenn and $5,000 from Compass Realty. And I would like to, if I could, share L1.
You know who I miss at this trial? I miss Judge Bev's breathing. That's what I miss.
Thank you.
Do you want to, are you?
All the
Yes,
time.
please.
Okay, L1 is admitted.
Thank you. And so the document here again is Rita Reed's campaign contribution report from the Nevada Secretary of State. And I'm turning to,
I'm wondering, court's not back yet. Court's not back yet.
I think we might have to admit a different exhibit for another day. My apologies, but this is report number 1, and the contributions from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn are
So
on report number 2.
uninteresting.
So
I think I'm gonna have to admit this another day. And then he's like leaning back, so confident, so pumped, so full of pomp, right? And just like, wow, we're gonna have to have that another day. This is gonna be done tomorrow. Like people are just like, sir, just get out of here. It's like, stop.
my apologies. So, so
I mean,
And so-
That's just not the document you want.
that's correct. So if you would note that we're going to be looking at, when I bring that back tomorrow, we'll be looking at report number 2 that has those contributions.
Okay,
So-
they don't care. They don't remember. Tomorrow they're not gonna remember.
And so I end up, I guess after this happens, about 2 weeks later, Mr. Gurman's article, his first article comes out. And, I think we had those text messages from me from the day that I saw the article where I was upset. And I think, anybody who's the subject of an article that says certain things about you, I mean, could reasonably feel upset about it, right? I'll note that later.
Upset about it?
As we
Okay.
go through my tweets, you'll see that that same demeanor from that day is not exhibited in any of my tweets later.
Well, because the tweets are public and the text messages are supposedly private, sir. So that's not a great point either. Neither was your shoe point, that if you're wearing heels on one shoe, it means that you have to have heels on all your shoes.
And again, we'll go over that later. But
I mean,
So,
gosh.
and all that. And Rita Reed, and I'll show you in the campaign report, or you'll be able to review the campaign report. She didn't get too many contributions other than this $10,000 from
Okay.
Adam Fenn and Compass Realty.
We lost
She
you on
was
that.
running 2 different text message campaigns, publicizing to voters the articles, right? And that cost about, I think, $9,000 or so. That'll be on later campaign reports how much was spent. So
Just
you'll see
stop
that
talking
this
about
$10,000
what's coming
that was given
later.
by
Tell
Compass
us
Realty and Adam Fenn
now.
went directly to this text message campaign, and I lost the primary. It was a bummer. I mean, sorry, I don't know. It was unfortunate, but I continued to fight against Compass Realty.
And the teeth comes out. It was a bummer. It was unfortunate. Anger. The bottom teeth coming out right there.
And I think that's something they didn't expect. Right? And I did it just
They didn't expect. Shoulder shrug. Okay.
because I thought it was the right thing to do. Right? I didn't. I could have just gone home and.
It just sounds like you're a little bit obsessed. Don't you think it's a little bit obsessive? I mean, you went to the attorney general. He said there's nothing here. You went to somebody else. They're like, there's nothing we can object on. Then you went to freaking Jape. Then now you're fired, or like you're not even reelected. And you said, I'm going to continue pursuing this because it's the right thing to do. All right. But what about everything else in the world? Josh Yu, I think he is using the Chewbacca defense. That's exactly what he sounds like. I'm not going to do Chewbacca. I don't know how to do it.
But
You guys do it at home.
Anymore.
Do it at home,
But I
guys.
continued that to get about.
We're
And
still
nothing
waiting
gained
for
from it
court to
because,
come back, and
you know,
hopefully,
in 7 months I was out anyway. Right? So
hopefully,
there was nothing for me to gain other than
it's
just
gonna be
doing what I
turned
do.
down for
doing the job.
what?
Um,
But
and then, you know,
cross.
as I mentioned earlier, there's the state of Rajab Abdul where we got some headway on something.
What are
I had
you
been
talking
discussing with
about?
one of the heirs what Compass Realty was doing in that case. And so we were, you know, she was concerned, and she asked us
Compass Realty,
interview.
I
So I
think of
filed a
you at
petition,
night, in the morning,
we
and
had a
when I
hearing,
go
I
to
believe it was on
lunch,
June
and all the
29th
time. Do you
of
think about me,
2022.
Compass
And
Realty?
I'd like to see if we could play the hearing video from that hearing. This is-
No, you don't have the
and-
video. Okay. Let me check on the court. Court is at lunch still. Yeah, we knew this was gonna take longer than they expected to go through all the text messages and see what was going to be the scope of cross. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I can fast forward this. We don't have to wait here.
Course permission after you explained to that point.
Sure.
So again, so basically when somebody's doing a probate case, by the end of the case, they've got to report everything that was found on the date of death of the person. You know, if they have a house, they put that, you know, they put the house in the appraisal, next to me on the inventory, and they attach an appraisal for the house.
Okay.
Vehicles, they'll list vehicles, bank accounts. If there's personal property and they appraise the property, that'll be listed on the inventory. So I have here the inventory that was filed by Cynthia Sauerland, who was the probate administrator for this case, who ended up taking over for Thomas Moore. So he had been the administrator for them for some time, and then she stepped in and continued their practice for them. As it turns out, she was also a real estate agent for them, whereas I don't think Thomas Moore was both an agent and the administrator. But there's the appraisal attached to this was something that was of concern to the heirs, and that I found concerning as well. Mr. Dreskowitz, do you mind?
And this is
And-
after
and
you
the
were
thing
no
is,
longer supposed to be on the case and you continue obsessing over this real estate company. Joshing you, the Chewbacca defense, ladies and gentlemen of this supposed jury, it does not make sense. If Chewbacca lives on Andor, you must acquit. The defense rests. Mic drop. Okay, so I found a website I used that I found very easy. It's called Trust and Will, I think. Trust and Will, and they charge you like a fee. You have different plans, and you can just type in your own information and get, you know, get protected from the situation of ending up in Robert Tellis's
So they didn't
desk.
mark the pages, but I guess, you know.
Not
you can see-
sponsored.
I don't know why the appraiser didn't actually do page numbers on his appraisal, but it would be certainly this page.
I don't know why the appraiser didn't do page numbers on this appraisal. I mean, I'm gonna correct Jape's report. Now I'm gonna have to correct his appraisal.
To show that
Ugh.
and that, and then the following page. Yes, sir.
And his facial expressions are just
Thank you, sir.
like weird.
And so when you do an inventory, it's supposed to be the state of. Yes, sir.
Can you see that?
This is supposed to be the state of the home on the date of the person's death. So when you see here, the
I
appraisal
think
that
he's
they've
still
got
talking
for their
about that
inventory shows
kitchen.
It shows a kitchen that has no cabinets, no. I hope you can see
Kowalski,
that.
I need to get on that ASAP. I know.
You'll see there are no cabinets, no
I do a
sink,
little bit
no counter.
one day,
It's the
then I
bare walls
log
in the
in little bit the other day.
And the floor is missing.
But get it done, Kowalski.
So you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, same thing. The picture I gave, you'll see the floor is missing there too. So may we go to the next page? And in the hallway, missing flooring.
Okay, so we're
the
back to
building,
that
missing
house
flooring.
with the kitchen.
And so it costs money to do this process, right? To rip these things out.
Yeah, we know.
So it's interesting that, yeah, well, I guess, you know, I'm not providing that document for you. So the fact that they didn't show that they paid for these services to me seems strange. But this
So
is kind of what they're
again,
claiming
passive
is how-
aggressive, right? Seems strange. Just not good traits to add
They
up.
found with the
Arrogance, passive
Thank
aggressiveness,
you, sir, very much. Thank you.
condescending.
that,
It's just
again,
not
like I said before,
great.
James Clark was in a similar condition.
Doesn't look good for
So-
him. I'm telling
and-
you.
Later, after this property, I'm sorry, I'm fidgeting. Later, when this property was resold, it was sold by the Well, and I'm sorry, like I said, I'm a little nervous.
Stop.
If you look at that appraisal, you'll see that the appraiser said that he believed that
I'm
it would take about
sorry, I'm
$20,000
sorry.
in repair costs to bring the home up to fair market value.
Okay.
It was about 3 months later that the buyer resold the home for $70,000. So as far as I'm concerned, the extra $50,000 should have gone to the family, not to.
Okay,
the other
great.
guys. And so.
And
right
that's
there,
how
you
you
know,
killed
when
Mr.
somebody is
Gurman?
ripping property out of a house to sell it to another individual with whom they've had these purchases or these transactions over and over again. That should be looked into seriously, because to me, I believe that's theft.
Okay,
Right? I mean, it makes no sense otherwise.
great.
So, an interesting thing. So I wrote Jappy an email after the hearing that we had, and I really want you guys to want you folks to see the hearing, because I think it's.
But
really
you don't have the
what
tape,
comes
so
through as
stop
notice.
mentioning it.
The judge was very concerned, and so you'll see that tomorrow, I hope. Jappy, excuse me, I ended up, it was that same day, I believe, writing Detective Jappy an email saying that we went to court and there were these issues with this house as well, just like with James Clark. I don't know that I said that as like James Clark, but I certainly noticed those issues. May I share V2?
I don't know. I don't know if you may. Can you just stay on the story? You're losing the crowd here,
This is an email
sir.
from me to Detective Jappy. I can't recall the date, but it was in regard to the estate of Rajab Abdul.
I mean, lunch is way overdue, right? They said 30 minutes initially, which was like 30 minutes ago. He keeps talking. He keeps talking. At this point, I'm just really looking into the website that I did my will so that I see what I have to do next, because it just makes me nervous to hear about all this probate process.
It's been admitted, B2 is admitted.
Thank you. And so this is actually to Derek Jappy and one of the other folks who was on his detail.
Okay.
This is hello, gentlemen. I'm not sure if you all had a chance to catch the hearing. I will get the video for you. Also, I'm not sure if you had a chance to get the response. It had an appraisal with the kitchen torn out.
Okay.
Today, Deborah Erbach testified the photos of the house in the appraisal were not representative of how she had left the house. She had cleaned the house before she had returned home. She said, and again, I'm sorry that, this is hearsay, but also the kitchen was.
See, no need for that. The email was going so well. Just be direct. Just read the email. Don't add your stuff to it.
Intact when she left the home. It seems that the kitchen in this case was also potentially ripped out to reduce the value of the real property before the appraisal. So Detective Jappy was on notice of this concern as well. But, and so despite all that, Detective Jappy, I'll tell you that
Okay, so here's his sentence. So that, well, despite all that.
Point, I was, during the course of this case, you probably were aware that you may be aware that I was representing myself. And I was
You were?
fighting for certain evidence. And I requested the case file for the case that Detective Jappy had built against me.
I did not know you were representing yourself. Wait, this is against the murder or against the accusations of your misconduct? Not a good pause. I'm sorry. There's no body language for that.
And they gave me that case file. They also gave me the case file against Compass Realty as well. And so I was able to observe what was done in the investigation. So despite the fact that Detective Jappy had said that there would be these stakeouts, there were no stakeouts. There were no vehicle title searches to see what was going on with these vehicles.
Right. They didn't investigate your investigation.
Concerns about what we found in the appraisals, or at least the one appraisal. Detective Jappy didn't seek appraisals from any of the other cases. Right. So
Okay.
It seemed odd to me that he would get up here and say that this was all about mail. Right. He said, "Well, this is just
Objection to the state's
Sustained.
Yeah, I guess I can't recall what the
Okay. Objection. Misstates the testimony. That's where you stop talking. You don't continue talking. Okay, guys, we gotta go back to the
try to make a record of
live court right now.
So
Come back to that
it sounds as if the FOIA request, that production based on their policies claws back personal information. I don't know if they've been able to acquire that information through the process of this investigation. The state has all of the messages, which has been produced to the bench. They have that as well. So we understand why there can't be a joint stipulation to those messages, but certainly, this issue will be inquired into cross based off of this testimony. If I had no issue, I'll be inquiring based on the policy that he was aware of. So that'll be happening. Whether they want to admit Teams messages that are just limited only to business information, that's up to them. But we don't have a way to efficiently produce that to them.
So we don't have a stipulation.
We don't have stipulation, but in discussing this with the state and with Mr. Tellis, we are just going to leave his testimony as it stands, and we will not be seeking to admit. There's been an argument that he'd open the door, but that's set aside. He is not going to be seeking to admit the information that was provided to him.
All right,
at
let's see
that
the
time.
tea. Let's see all the text
that fair?
messages.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, so the state's ready.
There's also that, the thing that you said would be produced and admitted later, if we got that, the K3.
No, that's the thing.
Oh, that is what it is?
That's what we're
Okay.
talking about.
Yes, that's.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
It's marked as K3 for the record, but obviously we just won't admit it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Bring him in. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tellis, you can take the stand.
Bring
Sorry
him
about that.
in. He's right there.
Thank you.
Turned down
Yeah,
for
you
what? All right, we're ready. Let's see how his demeanor changes in cross.
All rise for entering jury, please.
Oh, we don't have to rise. He's looking down like I'm screwed. No, he thinks he did great. He did not do great. He didn't do great, sir. Good luck to you, though. Let's see.
Thank you, roll please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes,
And Mr.
Yes.
Hudson? Okay, you may begin your cross-examination.
thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Sure.
And it's Mr. Tejas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with, see if we can agree on a couple of things, okay? I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish States 311. I was listening to your testimony, and if I heard you correctly, many times during your direct or during your direct, you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Gammon, correct?
I didn't necessarily, but I'm sure it is.
I mean, if I heard you correctly, you kept saying, looking at the killer, this guy. I know that you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Gammon. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's not fair, though. I would
You had
say,
mentioned
I don't know. I wasn't there.
one of the things that struck you was you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it, correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not. Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
Why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
I think you said it was ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
All right.
Mm-hmm, you did.
And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay. And you believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
All right. Now I want to take a look at this picture for a second.
See no evil?
The assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. It's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
All right. And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But
You shouldn't
wouldn't
say
attract
that.
attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
No. You believe that
can't.
professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what the nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a big saddlebag, right?
It's a big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nikes, correct?
Correct.
Not generic shoes, Nikes, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Gray Nikes, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's cue over to the overhead, if we could, or to the computer, if we could. All right. I'm playing the PIO video from Exhibit 338. So this is your assassin walking in the middle of the dead, correct?
My assassin?
This is the assassin, the killer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Seems to have a little bit of a hitch in his getup.
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's when you've seen all the footage, that's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that your car?
You own a maroon Denali, isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Ooh.
Let me at least get to.
Coinky thinks.
So there's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Garriman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be.
I
some
agree,
sort of professional
Diane.
hit.
Prosecutor
Yes, sir.
is excellent. I like him.
So
He's very quick on his feet too.
I'd like to publish the PowerPoint if we could.
Oh, we got a PowerPoint. I love PowerPoints.
It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor. But it is the PowerPoint video. And I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. This is after Mr. Garriman has been killed, but if we watch this footage, isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
We don't know.
There
Right.
you go.
But
That's
we
where
know
you should have gone
professional
with in the
killer
beginning. I don't
Killed
know.
someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime, and then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight. We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on Wintergreen initially?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
We'll put it to you this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic, if the killer wanted to be seen, shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with.
Oh, so
That's my belief, because
okay.
again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words,
no,
your thought process.
absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan?
I do. It wasn't me, so
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
It wasn't me.
I
That was the
would like to
question.
think that I wouldn't use my own car. If
I would
was
like to
actually the
think,
person who
okay,
did
look at
this.
the
Well,
distancing
well-
language there.
Doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably a murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again,
Okay.
it wasn't me, so
Okay.
yes.
All right, sir.
So if it wasn't
And when you
you,
looked at the car, you thought,
professional
gosh,
killer.
that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims, yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second. In fact, let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to slide 41. One second. Slide 40. All right. So, you see that picture right here of the rims?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, do you see, if we're talking like clock positions, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you know what I'm talking about? If I'm referring to that?
The 12 o'clock is north
Yes. So 12 o'clock is
or up?
totally to the top, and then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size, correct?
Right.
They alternate in thickness,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by two narrow spokes. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on the killer's car, you see that on this wheel on the front, and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Publishing 322. We could cue over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive. Isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
Right. I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Right. Let's look at your wheels. Because your testimony was, my rims are different. Let's look, no, sir, a question pending. Let's look at the front tire.
did you see his face?
You see the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video. Isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims. Yes.
It does. But that's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer and you felt, oh gosh, my rims.
Yes,
You
because
relied on some person in the Twitterverse to give you peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
yes,
So now looking at your rims, because let's look at them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar to the killer's car. Yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is arrow, correct?
Yes.
When we look at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right.
Just like.
And it's the same way on all of your wheels, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation, let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
But the back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car.
Oh, snap.
Your front windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Coincidence?
Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. And they put the evidence in your house.
So you would agree
And
your
they put the
car
knife in
looks
your hand.
exactly like the killer's car.
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Maga testified about.
Okay. Let's talk about other
Oh.
similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right, from the
Right.
PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
I didn't see him do it, but
Right. You didn't see it with your own two eyes, correct?
that is correct.
You're just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Isn't that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it, but sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's
Wow.
now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers were part of this conspiracy?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Well,
One shoulder
please
shrug.
tell me, how many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer, but you just can't come up with a number,
Well,
correct?
Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes,
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I don't know what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir,
He's
isn't
so
it
angry, but
possible
he's trying.
that in
He's
your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that the down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen?
I just
Correct.
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been
Okay.
my
I
car or my
understand you're
visor.
not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone
Look at his
manipulate
face.
your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand, no.
Thank you. But the visor is down.
Only
just like the
secondhand.
killer.
And
Correct.
anyone could have removed it at any point in time,
The
sir.
answer to my question is yes. The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
right?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the
Is
answer
it
to
down
my
or up?
question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just
Just like
the
the killers,
car.
correct?
You're talking about, obviously, at this point in time,
Your visor is down.
Just
in
like
your
the killer.
Yukon,
Correct.
just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
and again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you.
Is it down or up? Is it down or up? Diane said, tell us, does they have a chance? LOL, he's so guilty.
You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then
And
you came
talk,
here this
and
morning
talk.
and you talked for another hour or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA.
Kowalski.
I'd like to talk about that with you.
Woo!
You're
Hold on,
not
Kowalski. I'll play your
disputing
comment in a second again.
your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
What, how did they do
But
that?
you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay, well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point
How
the
did-
sample was
how did it get
collected.
there? Sir, please tell this jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr.
So
German.
you have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my
I'm
fingernails?
sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right, let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gammon are not friends, are you?
No.
Okay, you don't hang out with him ever?
Sir, I did not ever hang out with Mr. when he was
The answer
alive.
to my question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
He's never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
You've never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernails, correct?
No, sir.
No?
Okay. You just don't think it was legitimately placed there, correct? Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernails?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. Gurman. So,
Great. And by that logic, if you believe it was planted, you are at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath his fingernails, correct? Can you at least agree with me on that?
whether it came from a sample of the fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you,
But
sir.
the answer to my question is yes. You at least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA.
Great
is
question on the
underneath the
prosecutor, but he
Okay,
doesn't
great.
have
So
to
you're just going
acknowledge
to
that.
disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
And,
And he's laughing
That's fair.
like,
That's
that's
fine.
ridiculous.
Totally fine.
And watch the people's faces when they're,
Let's,
the observers
well,
also.
I still want to touch on this. You would agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that
Yes.
speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you.
It's
if
just it's a
possibility.
possibility, yes.
I would imagine so.
Okay.
Okay. Don't be vague. Just be direct.
Let's talk about your house for a second.
What else we got?
When they went over to your house, they took a look underneath your couch. Publishing 224. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch.
I wonder who
is
has the dog.
A shoe and a chopped
I
up
love
shoe, right?
dogs.
Right.
That's the gray Nike, correct?
Pure so, yes, sir.
It appears so. It is a
Publishing
Nike.
228.
It is great.
That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's gray in color, correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know. Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure. Let's just look at
Why do you need to explain so many things?
I don't disagree that it's the same model.
it. Right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're not in dispute about it. We can
And
agree
car,
on that,
and
right?
outfit,
Right, yes, sir.
and hat.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of like, it's a setup and I think the DNA people are framing me, something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else.
You've
Sure.
heard the results. The results say that your
I don't
DNA
think we're
is in that
buying
shoe, and you
this.
did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay, and you just think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay,
Ooh.
all right.
Big
You
accusation.
characterize this case as a case that has holes?
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they thought,
Jappy's a part of it now too.
Wasn't
Oh,
it the
he's
real
always
We've
estate
got the
company?
DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog. We haven't even touched Compass yet. We will. We'll get there.
That's
Because
what
they're
I
part of it too,
thought. That's
correct?
who I thought it was framing
so
him.
they paid Detective Jappy, yes.
Oh,
Okay,
they
great.
paid. Okay,
Well-
you have proof of that?
We're gonna get to all that.
He's
in a
so
second.
angry, but
Absolutely,
by
So
resting his
Here's
face
the
here on
thing.
his fist, he's pretending to maintain his
Are the
calm.
shoes
It's like a
underneath
pacifying behavior.
the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not, you know,
Oh,
I have now you know? What does
Similar.
that mean?
publishing 360.
How did the killer get your
It's
shoes?
the same shoe, isn't it?
it is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Oh, sir.
Mhm.
You're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right?
Mhm.
It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it, right? And you would agree with me, when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's
Okay.
get back to my question, sir.
Is it your shoe though?
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa, underneath the recliner, you're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay. It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
Yes,
When
Kowalski, they
somebody
could have
chops up a
objected a
shoe
lot
and
of
puts it under
times
the
here.
couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's
You're
the
not
interesting
even
thing.
trying. The defense is like,
Um,
all right, you
Look at the date on
screw
this.
yourself, sir.
This is August 19th,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
So
And
we're
again,
talking, like,
surveillance started at 8:16.
right? No. But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure I'd likely
This
texted it to
position
my
he
wife to say,
decided
hey,
to
I'm
go
rock
with
climbing
is
indoors.
so
So
arrogant.
here's the thing. How?
Mhm.
Oh, so you're saying, okay.
Sitting back,
So
right?
you believe because you were under surveillance, what, that they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've seen the photos from the surveillances, right?
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was
You're
produced to me.
not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled, isn't that right?
This
Sir,
819 was
Sir, I need you to
during.
focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you are surveilled,
His
you're not
face.
wearing the Nikes, correct?
And he looks
That
at
is
the
not true.
defense. The defense
Okay.
like, whatever.
So
Go ahead.
we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane, because every single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nikes?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the topsiders. Remember those? You own those, right? You own the gray topsiders, right?
What are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of like it's like almost like a grayish felt, but they're not Nikes. You
But-
were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos, I can confirm
So the
whatever.
answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer as to what shoes you're wearing on the day that you were surveilled.
I have
correct?
like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some
Well,
surveillance.
don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll
Okay.
go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So here's the thing.
He's
If-
very in
if
control, the
Compass
prosecutor.
Realty
Great job.
Framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 819. And obviously they took photos
Uh-huh.
and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
So
So-
what? And then Jappy did what with them?
So what
pass them
exactly?
to whomever he needed to.
Whatever.
Again, I didn't commit the murder, so
Okay.
So,
So, sir-
oh,
There's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes like that.
they're not without being informed.
Okay. And this, your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nervous tick.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn that information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You think there's a way that someone could have found the
he keeps looking at
contents
the
of
defense
your
like, do
phone
something.
prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones. Yes.
Oh.
And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance,
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
but you asked if there was only one means, and
Okay.
no, there's more than one means, sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of August of 2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be.
I
You
know.
didn't give it to Derek Jaffe, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you didn't even know who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of
What?
the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro
What?
got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame job.
Well, I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but
But before we move on, I gotta ask you this too.
Oh, his
So,
head is like giving me the creep.
So like if Metro's really,
He's like-
you think Metro's framing you for this?
as I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who've decided to help Jaffe plug holes in his case,
Sure.
not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's a, I
Objection,
sir.
if you'd be allowed to answer the question before.
Yeah.
Okay.
the next question.
He's like, I'm still here. I'm
I got
the
a question for you.
defense.
If the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the murder weapon in your house?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
Great question, because if the murder weapon that had Gehrman's DNA in was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
yeah, but at the same time, I think if,
But it's not there, is it?
no,
No, it's not. Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you?
Mhm.
Does
Well-
that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this?
He's
If
so
Compass
arrogant.
Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
Right.
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
So the answer to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
Is it the
It's either
orange
the
shirt?
hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt, right?
Mhm.
And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No,
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is,
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
I don't know, maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half the
Oh, they
stuff
want
in
to
there. I'm
dial
not
it
sure.
back.
Kowalskis has
I don't
got to
know.
say he's
Okay.
not sweating
Here's
or
another
drinking
thing.
a lot of
Why
water.
don't they cover your car in Gehrman's DNA? Why
Uh,
did they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
But they have, I mean, they
He
control
seems
everything.
very
They take it
calm,
to
but
their-
I believe
their
he's
CSI garage, just rub it
angry
full of
inside.
DNA. Why is there no DNA of Gehrman in your car? I mean, if they want to frame you, why isn't it there? Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay, but one of the things that we do know
The lips nervousness.
is that
The
prior to
faces.
your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
You still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct, isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You mean Roberta?
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John R. Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great, including your Yukon.
Yes.
Right.
Diane says this
Because you
man
agree, if you
should have
only
never been
washed
allowed
one
to
of
take the
them,
stand.
that might look a little suspicious.
His attorneys
Right.
are rolling over in the grave.
I don't know that I was
They're not even
planning
unalive yet.
things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay, but let's just be clear, you would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away, isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's
well,
not the
I guess I
point.
guess I would be
Washing
surprised then.
My question is this: washing
So
things
condescending.
can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. He's like, and then making all the faces. And the whole
Let's
resting the face
continue
on the hand.
Down the path of what's in your phone.
Diane says he's a narcissist and a psychopath. Other than that, I'm sure he's a great guy. LOL. He's just not doing a great job at all. I mean, this whole calm
I
demeanor,
hope I didn't ruin this.
it's the opposite of humility and reverence to the crime. It's the opposite of a human
We're
being.
going to be
It's just
publishing
somebody
Exhibit 354.
presenting a persona.
Sure.
The grandiose posture, shoulders back, just like, and then when he goes like this, or he makes faces to the attorney, like, I don't know, or it's just not the normal, not the normal thing you would
Okay.
expect from somebody who is just
All right, let's look at this.
telling the truth.
Well, let's do it.
He has a lot of explanations
We're gonna-
for everything.
If we could just cue over for a second to the overhead.
He's resistant in answering a lot of
This is this
simple
extraction
questions,
report
like,
that
is the
has a lot
visor
of
down or
images
up?
regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you
I'll
remember
stop
hearing
now.
testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Isn't that correct? That's when these files appear. Isn't that right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Okay. Sir, you would agree with me. You don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Isn't that right?
For any location, sure. Yes.
Sure. And this is what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Garman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir, let's.
He doesn't trust anything except for what he's saying, right? His opinions, like he said.
I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Garman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
That's a great point. You've come to learn that because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You'd have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives because I'm sure Mr. Garman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is, when we go through these images, when we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah.
Come on, by now you know that's the house. Be honest.
Same thing. That's his house,
Don't
right?
be vague.
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Garman breathes his last breath. Isn't that right?
Objection, all speculation.
Sustained.
That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Garman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looks like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How about there? Isn't that where Mr. Garman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very
You would
spot
think likely so, but you can't
his
tell if the
body
visor
is
is down or
is
up.
inside your phone.
That is very strange.
That is very strange indeed.
I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone at their house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I've never plotted to kill anyone.
Oh, I didn't say you. I'm just talking hypothetically. You would agree with me.
He's gonna look at the
If
attorney.
you were planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the
Again with
land.
the hand
Correct.
resting.
Question, he's not an expert, so.
Well, apparently he is.
Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me.
No, I
Plan on
don't
killing
agree.
someone. It's a good idea to get the lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Tellis, if you wanted, let's do it. You don't want to answer the question. We'll do it another way.
Again, I object from characterization.
Mr. Tellis, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay. How about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone, isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay, well then let's start clicking.
There's a lot of evidence, sir.
Um,
Way more than
plus two,
circumstantial evidence.
Again, I wouldn't use my card. It's
It's not my question.
I
My
wouldn't, so I
question is,
didn't.
this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't believe
if
so?
it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay, so the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
Again, I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just, okay, sir. You did.
You're
Sir,
asking me
you
to
did hear-
testify
sir,
something that
Sir,
I can't tell you
Don't
is true.
speak together.
Right, but you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they've said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? To extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right.
When did he say
looked
it?
at your data, he prepared a report and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
I don't know.
But
Yeah,
additionally,
I would object to, he was not called upon to review the phone, he reviewed the Celebrite extraction from the phone, so I object to this line of question.
We-
Objection is sustained.
we can move on. You heard from Matt Hovanec from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with this phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, well, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I
I
dispute.
object this complaint.
I mean, rephrase the question.
Sure. You offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes,
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay. Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone,
It was
you believe
planted.
maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
If there was
And
someone
as we see
to
here,
frame me. Interesting language here.
like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which
You-
brings up a question that I would have.
There's no question pending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say.
He's mad.
But
You're not here
Let's
to
be clear.
ask questions.
there's an image that isolates on a security camera for the next door neighbor with Mr. Garriman. And it's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's one right there.
Condescending.
Here is something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT.
Hmm.
You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I
But he
believe
doesn't
even
know
on direct
Photoshop.
Examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
You certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Anyone could use that,
Well,
correct?
can you?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator,
Oh
right?
yeah, he's a
More thorough
narcissist.
than to do something like this? Sure.
You consider yourself detail-oriented?
I do.
Okay.
He
you
considers
over
himself
for 1
all
second?
kinds of things.
To the overhead. There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay.
It is on your phone though, like he just said it.
And then let's talk about the Popeyes thing, publishing 364. Do you remember these images?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember them being presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Allegedly.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Position like I'm
Again,
so
I don't know that they were
comfortable.
ever on my phone. I know that I did not take
I'm
those
so
photos.
comfortable.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I'm saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows?
The testimony was it was found on your phone, correct?
Correct.
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
So, if we could cue over to the overhead or the computer. You talked about being detailed oriented.
Yes.
You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at, that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct? Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray
It's
in
like
color,
a
right?
crossover.
And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck that's kind of a whitish gray, right?
Mhm.
Another gray car,
Mhm.
correct?
Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda,
Is it? Okay, it's a Honda
I think, or unless it's a Hyundai.
or a Hyundai. I'm
don't
not
know.
sure. It kind of looks like an H. We've got an SUV here, but there's a lot of images here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to this report, if we could cue over. Got 101, correct?
That's what it alleges.
That's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
It looks like
You
surveillance.
would be,
doesn't
or
it?
is it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right, looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right.
Not professional.
Stupid way.
Right. I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And then, sir, another thing located in your phone were these. Can we cue over to the overhead? Sir, what are we looking at here?
Deep
It
breath.
looks like it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. Gurman.
It's
Oh.
a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know from the photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct? We saw from the photos.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony.
You
Sorry.
have no reason to dispute me if I told you that the color of the car was gray, correct?
I don't, sir.
Okay, and we saw in those images, lots of gray cars were getting snapped, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you, Mr.?
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people, correct?
Haha.
Yes.
Okay, and we can see here that Jeffrey Guerin is being looked up on IDI-4, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's
he's
the
connected.
what's the search term?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
Take a look at registrants.
He's
What's
so
the register?
mad.
Again, it's Jeffrey M. Gurman.
Right. And if
This
we
is
look down, what's the first
Let's
address
drink water.
associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then when you go to the next entry, what's the address associated with Mr. Guerin?
7216. It's the second one related to Mr. Gurman. There's a first one related to Mr. Gurman. And that's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las
which is
Vegas,
where it is.
Nevada, 89. I can't read
Right.
this.
Mr. Tellis, that's where Mr. Guerin lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image of his personal information and his home address is located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
Okay, so we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on your phone.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. But you'd agree with me that from just that bottom there, that looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop monitor, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a Dell desktop monitor, or did they plant one
And
in your
again, this
head?
has more information about Mr. Guerin's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more, this is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, I mean, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Guerin at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
And what
No
was the search
question.
term to find that?
Well, one of the search terms was 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure. $7216 Bronze. Kick you over to the overhead.
The defense attorney is like, I went away. I'll be back. Just my body's left.
Can everybody see that? Oh, it's much better over here.
Mm-mm.
That's terrible. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date, the created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it reports to be.
Okay.
God, you don't believe anything, huh? Only your opinion.
And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was because, I don't know.
And there's one more thing.
Because,
This wasn't converted into
he doesn't
UTC
even
time.
try.
So
Like,
if we subtract
still-
7
he
hours, that's at
doesn't even try.
11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
And again, I don't know if this document's been modified by a PDF viewer or not, but
Do you
it
recall-
purports to be of that day.
You recall the testimony, well, no, you recall the testimony of Matt Levanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, you recall it being said.
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
do you
So
recall
I'd like
him
to focus on
saying
my
that?
question. Do you recall Mr. Levanich saying that here in court?
That's what he said.
Okay.
Oh,
And just to
okay.
be clear, publishing 351.
Diane said that must be a public defender. I don't think of any other attorney that would have taken
That's
this
a weekday.
case.
That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
If
Did you
people took
typically
Sarah
have
Boone, I mean, they
random
took
people
Sarah
coming
Boone.
into your office
Oh, you mean like
using your
not a public
desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways.
So,
In a
sir,
number of ways, sir.
that's not my question.
Stretch
My
time.
question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is, you
No.
had an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
But if I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
The
I mean,
the
you would
word
hope as the head of
salad
the
is
department,
so
they would have at least
off-putting.
not used your computer, right?
Honest
I would
people
have hoped that you'd be
don't
surprised what happened in that
go
office.
around and around
Right,
and
because of
around, and they're
the
speaking.
conspiracy? Right, okay.
Oh, do you think you're convincing people? You're not.
Isn't it true? I think we've heard from both your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m., correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it
I
because
wouldn't
they didn't
have
see anything
known.
wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I didn't
been
have
hacked,
knowledge of whether it had been or not.
you've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct, prior to 9/2?
That definitely did not happen.
Okay, you never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2,
I
correct?
did not. Nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
Yeah, there are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. But there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked, or that somebody didn't create a false image later or add files to that image later.
Okay. So, sir, I want to now
Way
talk
too
to you
many
about this
explanations.
conspiracy a little bit.
Way
Is Rita Rita
way
a
too much.
conspiracy?
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down. So she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Gehrman.
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of.
So she's not part of the conspiracy. to
I
murder
can't
Jeff
say
Gehrman.
either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie
Can
her
we,
to
can we
this.
rule her out?
Objection, if you'd be allowed to answer his questions.
You gotta let him answer.
Sir, go ahead, please finish.
What was the
Okay,
question
I'll
at
ask
this
the
point?
question again. Can we rule Rita Reid out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I think it's weird that maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But
I'm
there's
just-
the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out?
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay, Alicia Goodwin.
More
She
excuses
part
than
of this
Jen Albert. That is a ton.
Part of it.
It
Part
was
of a conspiracy,
horrifying.
sure. Part of a conspiracy,
Let me specify. Is she part of the conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule
I
her
would
out.
think, okay?
I mean,
I would think.
Again,
Just
I
keep
couldn't
that
rule
language
anything
in
out, but
mind, guys.
certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible, sir.
Okay, so we can.
Fantasy world that he's created.
That's what I said. I said
All right.
unlikely, but
Okay,
if we,
understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Gehrman?
again, highly unlikely, but
You're not ruling it out.
Without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
You gotta let him answer.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe, who's part of Compass Realty, I believe, is he part of this conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
Thomas Moore?
I apologize, Thomas Moore. Is he part of this?
I would think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, likely.
That would be likely.
And Compass Realty as a business as a whole is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Again, if you recall that the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Gurman's murder. And so, yes, I do believe that.
And I want to write that down. You said the best way to take
Take me down.
me out
Down
is to frame
would be to frame.
you for killing Gehrman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And he says, again, if
would
you
agree,
recall,
You told this jury extensively on direct examination what a thorn you were in the side of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes,
You fought them at every turn, correct?
absolutely.
Yeah, you were,
thought
like,
what they were doing was
obsessed.
improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, till the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that, absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators, is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's his pose right now.
And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove, without a doubt, that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yes.
So here's the thing, though. You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
That's Reed.
How much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mhm.
Look at his little
And all
smile.
they could muster to fund an opponent was 10 grand.
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also
How
Compass
much?
Realty,
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, that's all that they needed in order to.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
No, sir.
Okay. That's your C&Es that you submitted, that's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's 10 grand on our campaign contribution report.
Right,
That
that-
is not all the money that they've given to anybody to, again, to
You're-
engage in this
Are you
activity.
speculating at this point?
Ask
Have you
you
got
allowed
any
to
of that
answer
one, man?
the
Okay,
question.
please finish the question.
The answer.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Gurman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years.
Oh, poor baby.
Yeah,
Aw.
perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd
Hmm.
had that authority like I'd intended, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that
Right.
started basically, well, go on.
I mean,
Go
I'm
on.
a little far afield with my question at this
Sure,
point.
okay.
I don't
It's
know
like
if that was
Jen
responsive to
McCabe.
my question.
You can
So
go ahead.
Let me direct you back to it. You would agree like $10,000 is really not that much money. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand, not that much, correct?
Right.
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys or these two entities, but
Those two
That's not
guys,
the
but
question.
Listen, if we're talking about, like, you know how politics works. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
it depends on
running
the,
for
it
political
depends on the
office and you don't know
situation.
that?
It depends on the situation.
Fighting over each other.
Sir, are you gonna sit here and tell this jury, you've run for political office twice, and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
And again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I've never had that happen for me.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know, what do you, PACs?
Look, the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand, correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization of
Fine,
everything they've done.
Let's move on. And then here's the crazy part. They won, right?
And I still kept fighting them, yes.
No, sir, you were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
But I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that you're not an impediment as of January 1st.
Assaulting
Isn't
his
that right?
ego.
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait the 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again, see the time.
Don't
at
talk
which
to the jury,
order
answer
was
the
filed.
question.
And I think you might agree that, yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary.
This is the last
They
person should
couldn't
be
wait another 3
testifying.
months
These
for you to
cases are
leave office.
absolutely
Correct?
terrible.
Because I've got the authority to really crack things open.
So-
right
Oh,
there.
you
So
got
Jeff,
the authority,
answer your
huh?
question. These are fairly complex questions. They
Gotta-
require
gotta
complex
make
answers.
sure that each investigator.
Sir, are you finished?
Yeah, no, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is this. If they hated you so much,
I don't think they know me to hate me, but sure.
well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. And if
Okay.
they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
Right.
That's a really good question, and I would like to answer it. My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't
So-
just bother killing you.
Because if they'd killed me, would that have stopped Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me.
He
It
obviously
would
thought
not have put
about
me in a
this.
position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory is that Jeff Garman is collateral damage?
When you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him?
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff Garman, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go. That's what you're suggesting?
And like I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also true that Roberta testified that once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you wanted investigated were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a
His
few days before
authority
Mr.
and
Grimm
his
was murdered.
obsession.
And she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she,
As you saw.
these homes.
It's not me.
Yes,
So
sir.
the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
The jury's
Yes, sir.
not gonna buy
And
him.
the authority
They're not gonna
could have
take
gotten
it.
Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming
Oh,
after
he
them, sir.
got
Okay, so
hurt
they-
about
Your
that.
suggestion is.
You're
your
gonna
thought
hurt
is
the ego
murder
of the
was only way.
narcissist.
There might have been other ways, but it was again, if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So how did Compass break into your home
Yes.
to plant
Again,
this evidence?
Like I said before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put
How
it
did
there,
they
sir.
plant the hat?
Again, I don't know how it got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did
How'd
they
they
plant
plant
the
the
DNA?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA?
Did you
in
rehearse
there?
this, sir?
Again, I don't know
didn't know
where,
her, but
when
it
and
got
where
in
that
there.
DNA was allegedly obtained. So I couldn't say, sir.
How'd they put the images in your phone?
I don't know.
I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt
Look at the
image,
defense
what have you.
attorneys.
Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
The defense attorney with the red tie
Again,
is like,
when they
this is so
executed this
bad.
warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir. If I may. So
The answer to my question is no?
It was a
not
not
all of them
exact.
did.
Okay,
And so
no question pending. I appreciate, you'll have a chance on reader.
And then he smiles. You're not gonna let me talk? See, he's framing me too. My God, my God, my God! This is a
So,
train wreck.
Let's start focusing on May of 2012.
He's like,
Or
okay, I'm doing
May
great.
of
Keep
2022.
going. I'm
Sorry
doing
about that.
great. This is what his head is thinking. I'm doing great.
Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
That's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new
Don't
guard
forget to
included you,
subscribe and
Roberta,
share,
Nicole.
guys.
Would that be accurate?
Let
That
me
was just some of
know
us.
Okay.
what you think
There
about
were a
this
couple
trial in
others.
the comment section.
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Jay retired, it was just 4 old guards, so as has been stated. So 6 of us who are, and that didn't include me either. So I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
Okay. So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022 with Jeff
Diane,
German,
train
correct?
wrecking.
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
How about some likes,
I wanted
y'all?
to dispel the
I
notion
agree,
that,
Kowalski.
there
Help
was
me out, guys.
any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right,
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
right.
Okay. When you sat down to do this
Ooh.
interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. What were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay.
What was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair. Regrettably, we did
Affair?
have. And when I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay, so you did lie to him, correct, on that topic?
Regrettably,
I didn't think that was
regrettably.
for the public's business.
That's
Did
not
you
my
lie?
question. My question
Yes,
is,
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
now,
So you're a liar.
you would agree with me.
So
that
you
the moment
lied.
you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of a re-election campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
Yes.
I mean, sure. Yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time.
Money, power, and
Well,
prestige.
listen, you told us a little bit about your story. I mean, right? I mean, you put yourself through law school. You opened up a law firm.
Oh, the
You
ego.
were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the
Smart
PA's
on the
office, correct?
It
prosecutor.
absolutely was.
Okay, and you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
They certainly did.
Okay. And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And
But
I
that's not
understand
the
that.
question.
But that is a factor, correct?
I don't know. Again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or
That's not the
honestly
question.
consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families.
Oh, sure.
That kind of thing.
And listen,
Sure.
that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family, maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family. Understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that.
Right.
Okay. So.
We don't believe you.
You sit down. Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Gehrman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened.
So you try to gaslight,
But I won't
manipulate
get into
him.
it,
He
but yes,
didn't
I
believe
thought by
you.
the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay. And when he, sorry, excuse me 1 second.
When he
that
wrote the
was,
article about you.
Published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at, what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Versus what you told him. Mm-hmm.
Were you
That he didn't
devastated?
believe.
I don't know if that I ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly
I'm
upset.
not devastating. I'm a narcissist. I don't have
hurt
those
for,
traits.
that this came out,
I
but
was just angry.
that was that day. That was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
Your family stability.
In a sense, yes, my wife did forgive me, but you know, it certainly, it wasn't good optically for, you know, obviously my children and,
You
know,
don't
have them
want people to
teased
know
by
you
the
have an
kids
affair. You don't
what
want your
have
wife to
So,
know.
from that respect, it was a little hard on them.
And
A little hard.
And here's the thing. He didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Anger?
And you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
No, I believe it's actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 353A, we can see here, the date on this is May 16th, correct?
Okay.
But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before, and then maybe in a publication it's for the next day. Something along those lines. Okay, so because your text messages with Mr. Garriman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could. If we could cue over. Now on direct, you said it was a bummer, right? Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I
It
don't.
was the election loss.
Which was the bummer?
I think the
bummer was the election.
and maybe I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not. I wasn't happy about them. Yeah.
Well, let's turn.
What is that?
Are
you speaking or
let's turn to
is
this
that
message.
grunts?
It's on page 4.
Mhm.
And you state, I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. Provided you proof. I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove, it's a typo.
It might have auto-corrected and. Yeah,
Oh,
understood.
you
Yeah.
didn't make the
Provided you proof
mistake. It
that I
was
was doing my
autocorrected.
best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one.
Me,
That was not fair or balanced,
narcissist.
correct?
Yes, sir. I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly, there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Garriman responsible
For your
because he
actions.
chose to write this article in this particular way.
Yes.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, I mean, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my
That
question.
wasn't the question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what
My
the
question is,
wordplay is
you
here.
held, well, it's not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that, again, he had totally misconstrued things. So I was upset with him and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay. So that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Mhm.
And you even say, I've done so much for that office. I told you I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
How
you
did
described this probably as a
him
hit piece. Would that be
type
correct?
to? Was that autocorrect?
Honestly, yes.
Him
Character
went
assassination,
down
correct?
Yes,
to him.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way, correct?
correct.
A lot of people making mistakes, misconstruing his story. The report is wrong. The
And
appraiser's
then what
missing
happens
pages.
is about 9 days go by and he reaches out to you again,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay, so we have one article that gets into not just the inner workings of the office, but is hitting you on personal stuff. And now he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I wasn't, I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I had to, at a certain point, like start to try to, like, basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again,
Narrative.
win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Garman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
You must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you at this point.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's.
Okay.
Later I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I said, by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets.
The prosecutors
just
playing
trying to-
right into his narcissism.
We'll talk about
Sure.
different things over time that we
Sure.
see from you.
Sure, whatever.
But moving
I'm
on,
doing
you
great.
end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it won't be too bad because I'd already figured by this point, it's like, well, you know what, he's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again, that's,
It's the same stuff, right? He's trashing you, correct?
but you know, there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things.
Sure,
Right.
but-
So by the time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever. Right. I will say that when it comes,
So, my objection, he's answering the question.
You guys, both of you guys read
I know, but sir, the witness is non-responsive to the question.
He's answering the question that's posed, and it's a complex
I'm
question.
asking him to ask the question again.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
again, I couldn't say at that time that I was
Poke.
still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
This
It's like
was
the
not
defense
helping your
attorney is
election,
working
was
for
it?
the
No,
prosecution.
that certainly wasn't.
Ask that again. Poke the bear again. Because narcissists do not like to be put down. And when he uses that word trashing, it's like an insult to his ego.
So then we have, let's do this, let me back out.
And
No
1 second.
question.
I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone kind of around this
Celebrate
time. So there
report.
is this
Yes,
image
yes.
from May 20th.
Mhm.
I'm going to publish that.
Let's see who
This
put
was
what
found
in your phone.
correct?
yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone.
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking you that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results,
Okay.
correct?
Correct or not?
Correct?
He's
Yes,
not. Even,
sir.
Okay.
he's not even gonna answer. He's like, I'm just gonna make my
We have
condescending
these
face and
kind
write
of
my note.
inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so
Oh.
people are sending them to you, right?
Yes.
And then you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear,
This guy's
that
like,
is a message that is
so
being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because
Yep,
you had said,
sure.
because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right.
So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on, you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true, none of this stuff is true, correct?
Well, and again, like I said, I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to publicly embarrass my family further.
sure, because
Right.
you're a
And-
great
and
guy,
to be fair,
you lie.
It's understandable, but so this is something that the potential impact on your family is so significant. You're even telling people in this context, like it's not true, because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that my wife would have left me.
That's not the question, sir. Nobody's asking if she's
but-
going to leave you.
Certainly I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Was it
Sure.
important
And I
enough?
want to focus down here at the very bottom, because I know you said, I was kind of over it and things like that. Isn't it true you state here you have no idea how hard it's been? You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the
That was a
troubles that I
lie.
had with the ladies in the office, that no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that, still, again, I had to
Whatever
be a
things.
cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay.
They were
You
doing.
say I'm truly devastated, correct?
And that was again on the same day that I texted Mr. Gurman.
So the answer is yes.
Yep.
No question pending. I would be so tough if I was an attorney, man. Seriously. I would be like,
Out to county officials to
That's
see if
not
there's
a
anything
question.
that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior.
That I don't recall. I mean, if you got something to show that, as long as,
Okay.
as
I don't
long as
know.
you know what.
All right. So
Oh,
let's-
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues, and got their advice and did things appropriately,
okay.
if that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary, which is June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me, when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, yeah, I think we're going to pull this off, correct?
Obviously, you always want to have an optimistic face, no matter
You.
what, but I wasn't
Not
100% sure
me.
that I was going to win or not.
Okay. But ultimately, you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't.
You lose.
You don't place second. You end up placing third. Is that right?
Right. All three of us were pretty tight, though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with
Really hard for him to admit any type of defeat.
377. Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results.
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
At this time, we're asking state permission to admit states 377. Sure, sorry about that.
There's no objection.
Publishing 377, we can cue over.
He cannot hide the ego or the narcissism that he can't just say, yeah, I
So,
lost. We
When
were
look
pretty
at this,
close.
You don't lose by much, do you?
No.
I
Oh,
mean,
he likes that.
but a little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Garman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
Ooh.
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to his election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct?
He didn't do that about Rita.
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, if Jeff Garman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary.
Probably yes.
Ooh, the
It had to be
pen.
crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so
But you
I was
still
prepared
lost.
for a loss. And I think my
Ha.
conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what? We tried really hard. We gave it our go. But, I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney again. I'm ready to go back to work. And, and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct?
It
That's
Except
what
for the
the
things
works
that are
out,
true,
right?
like
It wasn't the articles per
affair.
se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia.
Who got Jeff Garman into the fold to publicly tear you down.
humiliate you.
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So now I want to focus
And that
on
made you angry.
just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Garman writes to you, correct?
Mhm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of like conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was like almost a week. So we were, again, this is a while back. So if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was.
So you're down as of May 16th, you're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of like similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down, but it was some. I think
But you
if
were
I'm not,
losing, right? You're a loser.
Mistaken. It was somewhere in those 1,000, 2,000 between the three of us. But Rita would go up.
But you're
then
losing,
Caroline
right?
would go up, and so it was more of a
Just
tug of war between
poke
them.
him. Poke
and that was
his
pretty
ego.
much
So it's
in
very
third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how this, at this point, as
Look
of
at the
June 16th, you
lip
still don't
compression, the
officially know
anger.
how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay. But nevertheless, Jeff Garriman comes calling again, correct?
Mhm. And it's about that truth website that I created.
Right, and you just say, it's fine at this point, they won, do what you like.
Mhm.
Fair to say you felt resigned at this point?
Yeah, like just what's it going to do at this point? Whatever,
Well, he wrote another one,
Oh.
correct?
Oh,
That is, yes.
Fair to
Excuse me,
say
Your
you weren't happy with that coverage, it wasn't positive, was it?
Honor. Again, I don't remember if I cared or not.
the
I know I
question
started
was,
to
were you
poke
happy
fun at
with
him on
it?
Twitter, but it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Okay, and so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3, correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
And then
I like
just
the judge.
6 days later, on June 22nd, he publishes a 4th article about you officially losing, but pointing out that you remain combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure. Yes.
Okay, so again, it's
You are
inaccurate
combative
reporting
right now.
about you, the 4th one.
Right. And like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be, Mr. Tejas, you didn't like Jeff Garriman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure. I did not like him.
You hated him, isn't that
yeah,
correct?
your face says you hated
I don't
him.
know if hate, I mean, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that he was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that way.
He is the figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public administrator for Clark County, correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I
se.
blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on,
Go
I'm
ahead.
not finished. You just told this jury, like 5 minutes ago, that if Mr. Garriman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah. But again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
So the answer to my question is yes.
It's always someone else's
Who
fault.
ought to hold most responsible is not Mr. Gurman.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is,
If
you
you hadn't wrote the
Mr.
article.
Garriman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
Correct?
I do.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't that hard, right?
You hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time.
What do you mean you couldn't say?
And if I,
Look at his
how long I
face.
might have hated him, if,
Roberta said you hated him.
Anger?
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion. I don't know
She's
that I ever
entitled?
said I
Because
hated
you're
him.
saying no with your head. She's entitled to her own opinion.
So now we're in July. Fair to say, working in that office had to have been hard in July.
So after the election loss, I ended up, so I guess just back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, hey, you've got this situation. I think, maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts. And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, you know what? Sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in. But then again, that got misconstrued, which it is what it is at this point.
Got misconstrued.
But-
Everything gets
So once
misconstrued.
I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily. And I did, most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week, just to, do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be
Yes.
not as, I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with
Was it
when I was in
hard?
the office 50 hours a week.
So you came in less,
Yeah,
correct?
was it hard?
Rita assumed more of a responsibility,
Right, sir.
even though you were still the acting duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
Okay. I'm going to publish Exhibit 340. We can cue over to the Elmo.
Such a fun guy. Who wouldn't want to hang out
On
with
June
him?
13th, I
Kowalski.
don't know if you are aware of this back in the day,
He's depressing.
but an email is sent out
Always
sorry?
blaming somebody.
July, sorry about that.
Everything else is
July
incorrect.
13th of
He's the only one
2022,
who
Jeff
knows all the
Garman is
answers.
making a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in July, you have already lost your race, correct?
Right.
So the election isn't at stake, is that correct?
Correct.
You will be gone in a matter of 6 months, right?
Right.
And now Jeff Garman is asking for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and the State Recorder Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to the date that this is fulfilled, correct?
Right.
He also wanted all of your communications, including messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
He wanted you to wanted the county to provide all text messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
From your personal cell phones, correct?
Yes, he did, but he was not allowed to have them. But yes.
Sure. Understood, but I mean, that's how far this is going. And additionally, and I didn't read that in the middle, it included a request for Microsoft Teams messages as well. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, you are familiar with the county's policy. Well, let's do it this way. You testified to this jury that, before the records request went out for the Teams messages, you had reviewed them and you didn't have any issues with them, correct?
And I'd love to elaborate on that if I could.
No, I need you to focus on my question. Yes or no?
I had an
Sir?
opportunity to, yes,
Sir?
I did have an opportunity to review them
So-
before.
Judge, it's a two-way street on this one.
Okay, if you can answer the question, yes or no.
I
you
haven't
can tell
finished
me
the
if you
question
can't,
yet.
Oh,
Then I can ask Mr.
Oh.
Hamner if he wants you to answer the question.
I need you to listen. I need to finish the
Up to you,
question.
the
I
judge.
thought you were done. Sorry.
Well, yes or no,
Look at his face.
you
Condescending.
testified on direct
Bastard.
examination that you reviewed Teams messages and you did not have an issue with them, correct?
The production that I understood was going to be sent to Mr. Gurman, yes.
And just to be clear, you were familiar with the county's policy about what gets produced in a public records
Is
request,
Mark?
correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, isn't it true that under this county policy, personal messages would not be produced under a public records request?
That is correct.
Okay, so any personal communications between you and her wouldn't go out to Mr. Garman, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that is why, and so you're
The
like, I
little
don't have an issue
smirk,
with that
and then
or
he
stuff
looks at
going
the
on,
jury
correct?
like,
Correct.
the
Okay.
jury's with me, right? No, they're not with you,
But
Mr.
let's be
Tellis.
clear about something. The election's over, right?
And you
And
lost.
Jeff Garman,
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
seems to still be digging about you and Roberta, isn't that right?
Yes. But there's nothing to dig, provided obviously that
Well,
if he was going to receive what I saw, then there was nothing for him to dig.
I mean, you would agree, reporters typically don't ask for records requests unless they're planning on doing a story, correct?
Sometimes I think they're just fishing to see if there is a story.
And according to this records request, he's fishing about one thing, it's you and Roberta, right?
Right.
Okay. Which you told us back in May, when you sat down with your interview with Jeff Garman, the number one priority was to, protect your family and not really dig into that, correct? Or
Not
at
really
least
dig into
disclose
it.
that, correct?
I'm sorry.
Wait, you told us when you met with Garman on May 11th, You had said, I was truthful about some things, but I wasn't truthful about everything.
Yeah, you lied
The
about
one
the
thing I
affair.
didn't want to talk about was the indiscretions. And you said that the reason for that was I was really concerned about my family.
And her
Correct?
family.
Okay. The election's over. You're on your way out, and now this guy is wanting to ask more questions about you and Roberta, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you and Rita, right?
There's
Which one is the one that he had the affair with?
I know that there was a later request for those other emails that got appended to this, but I don't know if you remember that with
But
Mike
just in
Murphy
this
and
specific,
Rita.
just in this
He doesn't
specific
stop
request,
talking.
he's not asking for communications between you and Rita, right?
Correct.
He's not asking for communications between you and Alicia, right?
Correct.
It's just about you and Roberta.
Right.
He's not leaving it alone, is he?
I think he's still fishing.
That had to have been frustrating, Mr. Tellis.
No, it was not, because I knew he wasn't going to have anything based on what I reviewed from the production.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the possibility of a fifth article didn't concern you at all when the potential source
It's your
of the request
testimony.
was
Do you
just
really think
about
we're gonna
your
believe you,
communications
sir?
between you and Roberta. You're telling us that's not a concern at this point in time.
Again, I can explain to you how things,
No,
Yes
just
or
tell
no?
us is a
Is
concern
it a
or not.
concern or is it not?
not at the time that I reviewed those.
Liar.
No.
Okay.
Liar.
So now
Liar.
let's now jump
And
forward
then he raises his eyebrows like,
to
okay,
August
what
8th
else?
of 2022.
I wonder how much longer
On that
we
day,
have. We've been here for almost 5 hours,
Cool
guys. What?
emails you and starts to tell you about the production request, that it's going to
This
start
is
to
a
happen,
record
correct?
stream.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on August 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Do this quickly here.
Please do.
August 8th. 4 days later, in your phone, the Google Maps and bronze circles start popping up, correct?
No, sir.
Read this out to me. What does that say?
That says August 12th, 2022.
Great. Publishing 364. This is the street surveillance. Please read out to me what the date is on that.
August 15th, 2022.
You would agree that August 12th is just 4 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
You would agree with me that August 15th is just 7 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
And
Again, he continues with the hand
we go
there.
back to the overhead.
Rest in the face,
354.
pacify his nerves. Like, oh, this is so boring. You know, I've already explained that I have nothing to
I want
do
you to
with
read the
this.
date on entry number 1 on
Let's
that.
see this guy scramble, but you're the one that is actually scrambling.
The modified date?
Yeah.
8/23,
Okay.
2022.
I wish I could do the math on that one. I feel like that's like about 2 weeks after
Oh,
August
he's
8th,
gonna do
correct?
the math to show how smart he is.
Somewhere on there.
We also heard from Nicole Lofton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nicole Lofton was employee of the public administrator's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
A member, as you describe it, of the New Guard, correct?
Um,
She was
yes.
on Team Telus, fair?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. You had text messages between you and Nicole Lofton through the course of your time as a public administrator, correct?
If you've got them, then sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm going to approach for a second. So I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 376.
Opposing counsel is like, okay, our bodies are here, but we have left the building a long time ago. So far, Robert Tellis has come off as an arrogant, condescending, passive-aggressive, combative, always having to correct someone else's report. Someone else misconstrues, misunderstands,
It's not the full thing. There's a lot of messages.
blaming other
Just wanted to
people.
kind of narrow down.
Everybody's
I'm going to
framing
approach in a
him.
minute, but I need to get an understanding. By August, beginning of August 8th, by August 8th, How are you feeling about Jeff Garriman's next upcoming article?
I don't recall.
Okay, are you
Come
concerned at all?
on.
I don't recall.
Lies, lies. Just be
Let me
honest.
show you.
Nobody
This
likes
mark
to
is
be
Exhibit
smeared.
376, proposed Exhibit 376. Why don't you just take a minute and flip through those and let me know if you recognize
Let me
essentially what you're
not
looking
recall
at there.
anything, sir. The guy was going to write a 5th article trashing you, and you don't recall how you felt about him? I mean, anybody would be upset, right? So the normal answer for somebody in the jury to be like, yeah, of course. They'd be like, yeah, I was pissed. I was pissed. I don't like to receive a negative comment. How about 5 articles against me? Like, I would be pissed. Very upset, very pissed. That doesn't mean I would kill someone, but he's just, he has to have an explanation for everything, and it doesn't, the lack of awareness in his head, it wouldn't make sense. He thinks that would be the culpability. He thinks that saying that he was angry, that would make him guilty. Not the clothes, not the pictures on his phone, not the car, not the DNA. That was all somebody else's job. But admitting that he was mad about the article, all that he doesn't want to do.
We're getting close to
Did you say, are we getting close to what? Finishing? Can we just get like,
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that. That's fine.
can we finish
At
tomorrow?
this time, we're gonna
Take a break.
during this recess. You're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow
Just a
jurors, any
break.
regarding the case with merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, other means of communication or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory,
Look
recreate.
at his face. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute the court, and just we're gonna end the stream not early, but we're gonna end this stream because we have been here for too long and I have to go. But just as a little recap, right? Robert Tellez is on trial for murder. He decided to testify on the stand to be able to introduce some exhibits, some evidence that otherwise wouldn't have been able to be introduced, such as his investigation against the real estate company and stuff like that, when he was the clerk of the county. Unfortunately, it's not going well for him. Okay, the testimony is not coming off convincing, is not coming off approachable. He started already talking about the tragedy that happened to the victim as this thing has been like, really bothering my life, really, this thing, and minimizing, very detached and cold when he's speaking about the victim and what happened to him. His throat was slashed, his heart was stabbed. His excuses for things don't make any sense. For example, I couldn't be the killer because somebody who slashes someone's throat has to be like a professional, someone highly trained, and I was never trained in combat. So that means I'm not the killer. Or the shoe found on the video from showing the killer walking out of the house, and the shoe found in my house show that I'm not the killer because I wear heels on my shoes because of my height for vanity purposes. Some of the languages that really bother me with him are, I will read some of the languages that to me were big, big red flags for him, okay? I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car. What's wrong with that, right? Is this your car? Is that your car? Is the car the same as the killer's car? I would like to think, so that's not my car. I would like to think in this narrative that I'm creating in my mind, that I'm rehearsing to come here and to tell you guys in this story, I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car. Okay, so that's one of the phrases that was a really big red flag for me. Then he also said, I believe that if someone would frame me, they would have left my own information on my phone. So I believe that if someone would frame me, I'm sorry, sir, didn't you say people framed you? So why is the language not direct? I don't know what happened. I don't know what they did to my phone. Maybe whoever framed me put it there. I'm not sure. But I believe that if someone would have framed me, sounds like somebody was sitting there saying, okay, let's see. How do I create this framing narrative? How do I create this framing story? Well, if someone would have framed me, maybe they would have done this, maybe they would have done that, right? They would have is the verb that we would use if we're creating a situation, not if it happened. If it happened, the verb is they framed me. It's in the past. It happened is more concise language. Another thing he does a lot, he blames everyone and he is always correcting people. The appraiser, for some reason, the appraiser didn't put the pages on the report. Oh, this is a stupid way of doing surveillance. Or yes, I spoke to the reporter, but he misconstrued the story. Or the report from Jeffy was there was mistakes there too, but we'll get back to that later. Just the amount of correction and condescending tone and putting himself on a pedestal, that this is he's the guy to correct everything. He's the guy that wouldn't disclose the affair to protect his family, right? He's the guy that decided to go after this real estate company to protect the families for the probate. He's the hero of the story, and everybody else is making all these mistakes or framing him for murder. Another language that he used, which is very suspicious, is if I was hacked, I would have known, I wouldn't have known about it. So it's always in this fantasy, this possibility story that he's creating, right? If I had done that, if this had happened, means it didn't happen, right? It didn't happen. I would have known about it. The other things, the combative, the combative responses. There are various ways to be hacked. Well, I don't know, but somebody put it there. Well, somebody would have put it there. I don't know how to. Just the combative all the time. It's not really the behavior of someone who is falsely accused of something. Again, if you recall, the best way, this is another phrase. Again, if you recall, the best way to take me down would be to frame me for murder. So again, this means that he's saying that on the opinions that he gave, right, the story that he's presenting, that he brought to us, and he's saying, again, if you recall my story that I gave you, like the facts that I gave you, that I'm telling you, this is the best thing that they could have done, is to frame me for murder. So why are you asking me this? Like, if you recall, that's the answer, right? Because he believes that everything that he's presenting is so well packaged, but it's not. He does not have self-awareness. Another thing he says is, I think it was a little hard on my family to find out the affair. A little hard. So that is a narcissist, right? Somebody who lacks empathy, who has no idea how other people feel. I guess that was a little hard on my wife and my kids to find out I was having an affair. Another thing, he says, responding to the attorney about the article, were you upset? He's like, I'm trying to get a sense of your wordplay here. Whenever you try too hard, you're trying to manipulate, you're trying to gather information to be the smarter guy in the room. People can sense that. Then he's saying things like, I had to combat the article with my own narrative, right? So he's there admitting that he would create a narrative, and also that when he did omit the affair, that he lied. And when he said the word affair, he said it under his breath. He's like, the affair. I was like, what? The affair. The what? Oh, the affair. So something that he does not want to admit, because for a narcissist, who we believe this guy may be one, it's really hard to admit any type of mistakes, and that he doesn't feel sorry for it. He doesn't feel remorse, but he sees that the society sees it as a bad characteristic. When the attorney was saying you were trashed, the reporter trashed you, you lost and you were in third place, he has to respond with, we were very close though. We were very close. I almost won. Yeah, we were very close. Like he can't just say, yeah, I was placed in third place. He can't admit anything negative about himself. And then when he said that, the reporter said, oh, thank you so much, Diane. Have to run. Thanks for the stream. Have a fabulous evening. See you tomorrow. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Thanks for joining. So just to close, you know, he said the reporter called you combative. He said, well, that's not true. Of course it's true. You're being combative right now. He's like, I was just having fun with it. That's a lie. We all know you were upset. So, you know, when you're talking to people like they're stupid, like we're not going to read all these things. So unfortunately for Mr. Robert Tellis, I don't believe it went well for him. I don't believe he was a smart idea to testify. I don't believe he's a people person. I don't believe people receive him well. I could be wrong about everything, yes, but that's exactly how it came off to me. That's just my opinion. So I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. It was great spending time with you all today. Kowalski says he's doomed. I do believe he's doomed as well. I don't think the jury is going to buy this testimony at all. It was hard for me to watch because, you know, watching a manipulator, like, it's just hard. I sat here, I swear to you guys, with an open mind. And yesterday I had no idea how I was going to feel. I was actually curious about him. And the fact that he attempted to hurt himself, I was actually hesitant to even cover the trial or say anything negative about him because God forbid, I would never want to cause any harm, you know what I mean? Like for him to feel even worse about himself. But as and I'm not saying he's going to watch this, but I'm saying as I was starting to watch, I was like, okay, let me hear from him. Let me see what he has to say about this evidence that was found. And I gotta say, there's a lot of negative stuff coming up in his demeanor, personality, and all of that. So with all of that being said, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget, subscribe, share, like, make a write a comment on below. Right, I'm tired. Write a comment down below. Let me know what you think about his testimony. Was it a good idea for him to testify? Is he believable in your opinion? And I'll see you guys next time. Have a great evening. Thanks, and love you guys.